Attention, please. The student council, please come out. Manjal ma'am is calling the student council. Please come out.
పెట్టన్నా సెట్ కాదు దానిలో అందులో సెట్ కాదు బ్యాండ్.
It's been a long, long time coming. Yes, it has. But I know that it's been worth the wait. Yeah. Yeah. It feels like springtime in winter. It feels like Christmas in June. It feels like heaven has opened up its gates for me, yeah, and you, yeah. Every time I close my eyes, I thank the Lord that I've got you, yeah, and you got me too. Every time I think of it, I pinch myself, 'cause I don't believe it's true, yeah, that someone like you loves me too, yeah. Yeah. Ooh, I think that you're truly something. Yes, you are. And you're every bit of a dream come true. With you, babe, it never ends and ends. I know, wonder. The sun always shines when I'm near you. It's just a blessing that I have found somebody like you. Every time I close my eyes, I thank the Lord that I've got you, yeah, and you got me too. Every time I think of it, I pinch myself, 'cause I don't believe it's true, yeah, that someone like you loves me too. To think all the nights I cried myself to sleep, yes. You really ought to know how much you mean to me. It's only right that you be in my life right here with me. Oh, baby, baby, yeah. And every time I close my eyes, I thank the Lord that I got you, baby. And you got me too, baby. And every time I think of it now, it's myself, 'cause I don't believe it's true that someone like you loves me too. Hey, hey, hey. Loves me too. I already sang a lullaby. I already sang it from his heart. When I found out, thought I would. Good morning. Good morning. Can I please get a better good morning? Good morning. All right. So, how are we feeling today? Excited? Yes? No? It's a very I'm not happy kind of response. Are you excited? Louder. Are you excited? Awesome. Okay, so we'll be starting in about 5 minutes. So can we have everybody on their seats? Teacher in charge, if you could just make sure everyone's settled out. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. And Aaron is here with us. Do you see Aaron? How many of you recognize Aaron? Wow. Okay, so we know he's from our school, right? Okay, all right. So in a couple of minutes, we'll be starting.
Until then, I want to do something again. I have a quick riddle for you. Okay. Are we ready? Let's start with a riddle. Let's see how our brain's working. Okay. What kind of band never plays music? What kind of band never plays music?
Okay.
Close, close. Rubber band. Hair band. Okay. What kind of room has no doors? Smart. Everyone's eaten good breakfast. Good. Okay.
Or they research riddles.
You researched because you knew this was coming up, right? Okay. What kind of cup doesn't hold water? Cup.
Wow.
Wow, I need to get better with my riddles. Yeah. What can run but can't walk? What can run but can't walk?
He said me.
No, not time. River, water, yes. It can run. But somebody said nose? What can run?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should put that up. We'll tell Google, can you
And how
please
many of them
put
said
nose
me?
up? Huh?
Some
Somebody
people
said me.
Some people can
Sanjeev
run.
sir, please reach out to that student. Okay, the last one. What has 4 legs and 1 back but can't walk? Very smart. So proud of you. Give a big round of applause to yourself. Good job.
starting in 2 minutes.
Everybody, please be seated. We will begin shortly. I repeat, everybody, please be seated. We will begin shortly. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Udaan, the Student Empowerment Summit. I am Aaron Marikar, the school pupil leader of the Premia Academy. Yesterday was a remarkable experience for all of us as students. We delved into the realm of STEAM careers and options presented to us by industry experts. We also gained clarity about new age careers. The discussion on the world of sports brought to us the light of answers to questions like how one may stay acquainted with sports, either as a manager or player, along with the challenges that accompany careers other than the standard line of occupations. The panel discussion with renowned educators gave us a sneak peek into how schools are working to elevate our passions. The expert advisors also helped us understand how to choose subjects, courses, universities, and eventually lead us to choosing the right career path. The parent-student workshop on relationship building was insightful, and the stand-up comedy right after was quite humorous. A power-packed day, I would say. And on behalf of the student fraternity, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude towards our management for presenting us this opportunity and giving us this exposure. I would like to invite Mrs. Subramaniam Katteti, co-founder and COO, the Premia Academy, to address this gathering. Sir is a business management professional with experience of over 25 years. He has been instrumental in setting up and managing schools all across the country. We welcome you, sir.
Check.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good morning, everyone. I know you've been saying this good morning many times, and every speaker walks in, I need energy, I need energy. Again, you all have to shout, it's okay. Isn't it? Thank you. Thank you, Sindhu. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So I was just going on in the morning to check the temperature. So what I could hear is yesterday's session was good. Was good? Yes. And most of the votes, of course, went for the second half post-lunch. And I also agree largely with you. Yes, I think while first half was very educative, second half was very entertaining, isn't it? So what does it mean for us? We like entertainment or education, or what is it we like most? Who said both? Come on, yeah, it's not a classroom, it's okay. Right. Okay, so I take this opportunity to welcome you all, eminent guest, panelists, my co-founding team, principal, teachers, students, and of course, teachers from other schools and the students from other schools. Thanks a lot for taking time to come and be with us and spend with us these 2 days. I'm not too sure whether we can able to give you more entertainment, but definitely I can promise that you'll able to go back with some takeaways for you, which might help you some way in your life. So before I start, can we start this last slide, please? This happens, right? Any presentation, how much you prepare, how much you do it, there's always a technical glitch. Whenever you want something that doesn't show up, right? That's his life. Yeah. This is the first slide. Why you are seeing this slide as if you haven't seen it? You haven't seen images. I think every day this is what you see, right? On Netflix, on Z5, on TVs. I think we're all used to this screen, right? First, isn't it? First time you're seeing this slide? Anyone seeing this slide first time like this? You're seeing first time. Oh, good. That means you're not a TV buff or a OTT buff. That's good. Yeah, I think nowadays it's very important to whatever we say, whatever we talk, there's always should be a disclaimer. You know why? Because you get trolled, right? So that's what even I thought. Whatever I talk, this is my personal learnings, my personal things. So I think yesterday, Dr. Shalina, she said, as for some time, let us forget when I'm saying he or she, it's gender neutral, right? So that's why I thought it's better to put this slide to start with. And okay, now let us start the session. The session's name is, where is the notes, beta? Okay, chapter 5, page 36. We are not in the classroom, right? Sorry. And I'm not even a stand-up comedian, so I can't do this. Okay, next, I have just 2-3 slides. I thought there are people who are going to come on the stage and they've been sharing their experiences and all. It might be very boring. I know it will be very thing, but what I request is there might be some things which the guys over here made them worth to come over here and talk to you. So might be if you just have patience for 3-4 minutes, you'll be able to listen, understand from their perspective what they want to talk to you and what they want to share with you. So I'll just take you to something slightly earlier tense. I just want to get answers from you. There is something called delivering items to neighbors, relatives, and friends. Has anyone used to have done this of this generation? Oh, you done it? Great. Oh, great. Excellent. Oh, wow, they're quite good hands. Huh? So what is this called as now? I'm asking that generation. What is this called now? Can anyone know this? What is this? Are we doing this anymore, or there's someone else doing this for us? Can you relate? So we didn't had Dunzo or Ola bikes and all. So we used to go and we used to reverse us. Oops, I pressed something wrong. Sorry, it came. Sharing what was prepared at home with others. Speak up. I think it's all open. If you know answer, please tell the answer. That's it. What is it? Swiggy. Yes, very good. Swiggy, Zomato, Tomato, all that will come. Baigan, something. Everything will come now since Zomato is successful. So someone loves traveling. Actually, I used to love traveling. Who all loves traveling? Do you know there's a career for traveling nowadays? What is that? Blogging? Vlogging. Yeah. Travel vlogger, right? But when we want to travel, our parents will say, come on, yeah, go and study first. You can't travel, right? But there's a travel vlogger. Movie buff. Beta, I think we are in the session to understand careers, not OTTs, right? So if I'm a movie buff, okay, I'll phrase a question. If reviewer, excellent. Critic, right? The reason I'm putting these slides to tell you that if when I was at school, when I said, boss, I love movies and I want to go movies, I never knew that going forward, I can have a career out of it. And when my mother used to say, "Beta, I made this, you go and give it to this aunt," I said, "Come on, yeah, please don't, please don't me do it." But I had never knew that time, ki, boss, if I do this for next period of time, I'm going to become a unicorn today. I missed a great opportunity there, career opportunity, isn't it? Foodie. You guys are smart, yeah, very smart, not like me. Food blogger, right? So when in our childhood, we used to beat up and used to eat food. Kitna khaoge? Chhod do, please, it's okay. Leave for others. But now, see, there's a career out of it. Scribbling some random stuff. So our parents say, whenever we know they used to find someone ready, I don't know what he or she keeps scribbling. But that child, the parent might have not realized, ki, boss, if you nurture that child might have become a good blogger now, isn't it? There are many, but I want to tell you one more interesting thing. Since we used to love traveling, whenever we used to travel to countryside, this is actually a real incident, sir. So when you go down south, I'm saying Tamil Nadu or down Tamil Nadu, so we have to find ways, right? So we used to stop, and we used to ask the villagers there, how to reach the place. Here she used to play Pakkathali irike. It says it's very close by. Next, Nerapom, go straight and take left. First time when I saw that, I saw there's something wrong. I think I've heard. So I used to ask him, left. He said yes, left. Then you go to next village. Then that guy same thing. Pakkathali irike, Nerapom sir, Nerapoyi, right cut pannu. You should say take right. We had many instances like this. So when I used to go to up countryside, we had many stories. People used to feed us. But now that's not happening. You know why? Absolutely. Absolutely. So if you ask me, we used to love those traveling up country because we used to interact with villagers. But good or bad, now Google Maps is doing it for us. Drawing some random. So they're like artists, graphic designers, attending and helping functions like we never used to have, Exactly. We did all these things. Fortunately, we did all these things, but we never knew that we could pursue that and make a career out of it. Isn't it? What is this? Again, they're all unicorns today, right? Babysitting. Can anyone imagine that? Exact. Can anyone imagine that? So we never used to have babysitters, right? Our parents say, boss, the neighbor used to come and sit with us. That's it. Khatam ho gaya babysitting. Free mein, fukkat. Max paisam in the evening. That's it. Done. Not more than that, right? Pet lovers. Anyone love pets? There are careers, there are big careers. Pet groomers, pet brooders, isn't it? It's a big industry. There is an aunt of our aunt. Great. I know you're all great coffee lovers, but there is one more great career out of it. What coffees you are seeing today in a cafe day or any of these things, they have to actually pass through this person. They are the one who taste and tell you like which is good or which is bad, which can go to the market. That's a very big career opportunity. What is this? I think you all photographer, videographer. What next? You guys are not talking this generation, yaar. भूल गए TikTok. So any TikTok artist here? Oh, your TikTok, is it? Great. Excellent. I think this shows that you are the in thing. Great. I have something which I haven't written here. One last one, which I haven't written one. And by the way, I'm not supporting any of these careers. I'm not saying they're good, bad. I just wanted to give a perspective that we were not aware that time that if while we were doing all these things, they're not there. So on a little bit slightly on fun side, there is something that there today existing. You just have to sit in a home and do random stuff and you'll get paid. You know what is that? You have to sit in a home, do nothing, and you'll be paid. Okay, I'll make it easier. I'm saying a career here. I'm asking for a career. Sorry? So, any names which run this country? I'm saying you're trading, you have to do something, right? You have to use some brain. I'm just saying there is something which is happening. You have to just sit at home, do nothing, just do random stuff, and you'll be paid. And there are millions people who will watch you. Big boss, yeah. Have you ever? And now, like, look at, now I understood why yesterday's second half was more entertaining than first half, because first half was giving you tips like what technology, what randoms, what apps you do, what you need to do, what math, what science. That some gentleman said, my university is next door, please come in. You guys were not even interested to go there. I don't see anyone going behind him to take autograph. But yesterday I could see a big line for Dr. Shenwa, right? So that's the reality. That's the reality. So I'm not trying to tell that, these are the careers, as I said, I just wanted to give a perspective that career is anything. It's absolute anything. It's what actually you make yourself out of it. And to do that, there is one more, few things. Just bear with another 2-3 minutes. I'll wind up. I know you're all very keen to listen to other sessions. I just want to say my journey in 3 steps. Okay? These are all riddles. Huh? Okay. You all know this, right? I don't know. Perfect. You're excellent. Perfect. So when I started my journey, we're all not lucky like you have big schools, big universities like ISB. People will come for placements. No. We need to fend for ourselves, right? So when I used to start preparing for interviews, when I used to go for interviews, what has been told and what I've been brought up is you should not bluff. If you know something, say you know, answer it. And if you don't know, what I need to do? So I did that. First 30 days, I was landed in the city like Mumbai, which I know. So every morning, get up, look at the paper, look at the advertisements, placement ads, classifieds, go meet them. Same thing, rigor thing. I'm so and so, blah, 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 blah. And they used to ask something, I should say something. But most of stuff I don't know. So I say, I don't know. They should say thank you. I used to come back home. And I couldn't get a job. So I don't know what was going wrong, because I exactly did what was told to me in my class, in my college. So one night it struck me, I have to add one more letter to this. So by the way, do we do this a lot of time nowadays in the chat? Okay. So I realized that night, probably I should not have end there at I don't know. I should add one more word letter to that. What is that? Sorry? I do know. But I can't bluff here and I don't know, right? Yes, exactly. I think this one word changed. I don't know is a movie, right? I don't know yet. Excellent. I don't know yet. So next day morning, when I attended the interview, same things asked. So when the director of the company asked me, do you know this? I said, I don't know it, sir, but you give me an opportunity. Might be I'm a quick learner. I'll try to learn it. And probably you can pay me once you think you are happy with my particular service. Bingo, I got the job. So what is this? So like any other graduate, we are not that economically, financially stable. So I finished. Actually, do I know that I've ditched doing engineering and got into BSc because I thought that time doing engineering will take 4 years of my time. But if I do a BSc, I'll end up doing 3 years, and then I do MBA and get him to land up job immediately. But later on, I was proven wrong, but that's a different story altogether. Like anyone, I was chasing paper. What does chasing paper signifies? Money, of course, good. What else? What else signifies chasing paper? Degrees, yes. Bookish knowledge, no applicability, understanding what has been told to us and just go ratify and then go just vomit before the interviews. Sorry? Exactly, no realistic experience. And build nowadays, all, I don't know name the unicorns, but all these unicorns are built on paper, on Excel sheets, on PPTs. Earlier, paper was money and all those things, but today, the actual paper is Excel sheets and, sorry, ma'am, I know, I think Mr. Ratna might have got offended, but yeah. So I realized that if I keep chasing paper, that's money, I'll never get what I want. So instead, I realized I should chase value. What's the value I should chase? As a young graduate, what is the value I should chase for? Respect, okay. Self-satisfaction, okay. What else? I'm looking for a different answer. Because I said I was chasing paper. Instead of paper, I should chase something else. That passion, very good, excellent. Then what else? But if I chase my passion, the guy who wants to employ me, why he will employ me? Because it's my passion. It's not his or her passion, right? What I should chase for? Okay, good. I'll just help you to it. I thought I should try and see if I can create value for his organization. I should create value for his or her products. I should create value for the customers. So if I start chasing value at everything what I do, then what will follow me like a hatchdog? Paper, of course, right? So paper is paper, right? Currency doesn't have any value. So once we create value to it, so that's when actually that helped me to progress in my career. And what is this L1? Level 1, excellent. I think last week, excellent. This was my third most important learning in my journey of career. So all this, by the way, all these learnings were not in classroom, right? Okay. I'm not saying classroom is bad, but what happens is what you learn in classroom, you should apply. Should apply. When you apply is when you get the things strike to you and then you move forward in your life. So what I realized that I was always, when I was going to meeting the customers or meeting my vendors, and even I was trying to ask L1 questions. Can you please tell me what are L1 questions? Like what? Simple questions. What's your name? What's your qualification? Yesterday we all asked, right? What is a course, ma'am? What is the fees, ma'am? Someone of you asked, right? When the red pen ma'am was trying to present. Someone also asked, what is the cost, ma'am? How can I, sorry, you haven't asked the L3 questions. What is L3 questions then? If L1 are what and why, what are the L3 questions? Exactly, how, right? Has anyone asked the ma'am yesterday, how can I go there? Has anyone asked yesterday? You did good. So I realized that as long as you keep asking the what and why questions, you'll never get to know things. A person's intelligence actually is gauged on sort of questions what we ask. If I ask L3 questions, that will be more helpful for me in my learning curve. These are 3 important learnings. Actually, this is something I thought I'll share with parents, but looks like there are very few parents. This is something which is going on WhatsApp nowadays. I don't know whether really Mr. Sundar Pichai said this or not, but it's something which is it true? Does it happen? You had these conversations at your home by any chance in the last 3 days, 4 days? So I'm also hoping that there'll be some PMs, presidents of the country sitting in this group among us now, because the parents might push for it. So this is a joke, I think, which is going viral from few days. The reason I want to share this is, especially to parents, that, if you ask me, there is no fault of parents. Because since I was also a child, and, even I also have a son. So I understand the reasons why parents get, very disturbed, and they want to know. So I think the answer actually lies with us as a child. Because when I just mentioned, right, I ditched my engineering and went for BS electronics. Thanks to my dad, he's accepted it. But when I approached him, I went in with a logic. I did my homework with a logic, and I could convince him. Similarly, when my son was actually at grade 11, he just passed 10th, and he was asking, he wanted to take science. Then he said, he wanted to take biology along with maths, physics, chemistry. We said, might be tough, just check it out. We are not too sure. So, but he said, no, I'm convinced, Dad, please sign the form. We signed the form. It was maths, physics, chemistry, and biology. Going good. After 3 months, we went to the PTM to the school. We met the biology teacher, who happens to be the class teacher. We just talking to her 2 minutes, 3 minutes. She was just asking what. So I just asked, ma'am, how is Satvik doing biology? Biology is your subject. Who told you Satvik is doing biology? I said, oh. I said, I've signed the form, ma'am. It was math, physics, chemistry, biology. She said, yes, sir, your son Satvik was here. He came, attended my class for 1 week. Then he came back and asked me, ma'am, can I go and sit in computer science class for one? I want to see that. So she said she allowed. So he went to the computer science class. He did computer science for 1 week. Then again, he came back and said, ma'am, can I now try economics? So teacher happily, okay, beta, you can go. So I believe that day, after 3 months, we came to know that he actually went and chose economics, but after trying biology and computers, and then, so we valued his decision. And today he is doing his MS Economics in BITS Hyderabad. So the credit to this doesn't goes to me or to Ceci, my wife. It goes to two people, the son, he himself, because he did his homework, he understood his thing, he had his own learning curve, and of course to the teacher and the school. If the teacher hasn't allowed him, no, beta, you can't do it because your father has signed, or if she might have called me, or if she have done, he might have taken it to principal, or they create a big story out of it, my son might have not gone to economics at all. And on that day, when we met the economics teacher, we were so overwhelmed because she was talking, saying that if I have to attend a class where Satvik was attending, I have to do my homework and go to the class. So it's actually thanks to the school, thanks to teacher, and as a children. Why the reason I thought I should share this story is, as a children, we always blame parent, right? Even I'm a parent. Yes, we always, even till I blame my parent. Or you never allowed him because otherwise I might have gone big cricketer because I was playing at league level. But that was not right. But I think that time, I might not have convinced my parents. I might have not done enough homework to say, look, this is the reason. This is what I get naturally. This is my strength. So I want to play on my strength. And if you given a chance, I think I'll do it. So the point is, please don't blame anyone. It's we are responsible for our own careers. And stay hungry, stay foolish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a humorous start to our day, and also it was very insightful. We are back, dear parents and students. There's so much more coming your way today. So thank you for joining us once again. I'll be honest with you all. It's quite exciting when you receive your first ever paycheck after years of working towards it. It's true, right? When you get your first paycheck, the excitement is something else. How do you feel? It's amazing, right? I couldn't agree more. However, for most people, that joy is short lived, as it is quicker to spend it all than to earn it. So the first paycheck actually goes faster than you actually, save, right? So, but times have changed now. We are surrounded by an entrepreneurial culture, both the young and the old, and everyone in between are constantly seeking to build wealth using multiple methods. We would now like to welcome Ms. Ratna Sharma, a big round of applause, who specializes in wealth management for a master class on the art of early investing. With over 25 years of experience in banking and financial services, she continues to educate her clients and their families on the finer details of wealth management and value creation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm not going to say good morning. I think you've heard it enough. Is this working? Hold it a little bit closer. Yeah. Hi. Can you guys hear me at the back? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much to Udaan, the Premia Academy, and Metamorphosis for organizing this. I can see that this hall is full, and it's a really good feeling to be talking to, young adults. So I will start my session with a simple $8 million question. How many of you want to become millionaires? How many of you don't want to become millionaires? You don't want to become a millionaire? Billionaires. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I have to first become a millionaire to be a billionaire. Okay, so that's good. If all of you want to become a millionaire, this question is very, very important for you to answer. And I'll jump straight at it. It's an $8 million question, but it's also a story, right? I have to press this. Okay. Sorry. So this question is basically talks about two people. Okay, in this story, there are two people. One is Richard and the other is Ronald. Okay. So Richard went to Harvard University, okay, one of the best universities in the world. He got a job, a corporate job, which gave him a really, really fat paycheck. You know, we just spoke about a paycheck. So his paycheck, believe me, was more than my yearly income, okay, in a month. He then went on to building this house with 2 swimming pools, 2 elevators, 11 bathrooms, and 7 car garages, okay? This was Richard. And then we have Ronald. Ronald worked in a petrol pump all his life, okay? After he retired, he worked as a janitor or a peon in an office, okay? Sorry, just technical glitch. Just give me a second. No problem. Yep. Just keep it there. Don't change it. Yeah. So who do you think between the two of them had $8 million in their bank account when they retired? Now remember, these are graphics, okay? So, but these are actually real life people, okay? This is a real example. It is not like I'm just telling you a story for a trick question. So if you're going to answer me, it better be backed with reasoning, okay? Yeah, let's hear. Who do you think? Richard? How many of you think it was Richard? Okay. And how many of you think it was Ronald? Wow, that's really good. Because why do you think it was Ronald? Absolutely. So you're bang on there. So the right answer is actually Ronald. And what did Ronald do? He saved. He did not only save, but he invested. He did not get a lottery ticket. Okay. All he did was he led a simple life and he invested most of his savings into stocks. Okay. So you don't need a PhD, you don't need a fat check to become a millionaire. What you need is to be disciplined and to invest your money wisely. And also not use your investment for increasing your lifestyle. And I think that is the biggest learning that we have today, right? So let's meet the real life Ronald Reed. This is the real life Ronald Reed. Okay, he's actually a true person. Of course, now he's passed away. But he features in the first chapter of this book called The Psychology of Money. This is a book I recommend all of you read, age agnostic, because all of you will find value in this. This book contains real life examples of people who have actually created a fortune out of nothing, and also of people who have dwindled away their fortunes for some stupid mistakes that they've made in their life. So this is a book I highly recommend that you read. Now let's see what Ronald did right. Ronald was disciplined. He would invest his money every month from his humble paycheck into the stock market. So he invested in stocks. He also did not take out the money. So that is the biggest lesson for us today. When you want to become a millionaire, you have to be patient. You cannot take out your profit. It's only when you keep your profit growing that the money increases for you. So one of the things that Ronald did was he resisted the temptation to take out his profits, okay, and he let it grow. So these are the principles of wealth creation. These are the things that you need to be very, very cognizant of. The first thing is that you are disciplined. The second thing is that you invest in the right asset class. We will come to asset class and what they are later, but right now I just want you to remember this word asset class. And the third is resisting the urge to spend your earnings into something that you want, not something that you need. If your neighbor has this big car and you want to buy it, resist that urge. Because believe me, that is not going to make you a millionaire in the long run. You remember what happened to Richard? Richard, by the way, turned bankrupt in the 2008 crisis because he borrowed heavily just to maintain a lifestyle. Okay, and that is not something you want to do, right? Okay, now, how many of you are aware? Okay, how many of you are aware of compounding? What is compounding? It increases your money. You're right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. It increases. Compounding is something which is multiplying. Okay? So, oh God. Sorry. So, will one of you want to read this out? Why don't you come forward? Read this out for me. Come. What is your name? Amritesh. Thanks.
Growth is driven by compounding, which always takes time. Destruction is driven by the single point of failure, which can happen in seconds, and all loss of confidence, which can happen in an instant.
Thank you, Amritesh. So, a round of applause for Amritesh here, please. So, here we see growth, that is any growth, okay? It happens when you leave it alone and you let it grow, right? If you've seen a plant growing and you keep nipping at it and tucking at it, it's not going to grow, right? You have to leave it alone, give it food, give it nurture, and then you see it grow. The same thing happens with your money. You invest in the right asset class and watch it compound, right? What we don't want, what destroys value, what destroys growth is, number one, it's your lack of confidence. And the second is fear. We will come to fear very soon. Okay, so how many of you have heard of interest, simple interest? Okay, not you this time, Amritesh. Somebody else? Interest? Yes? What is interest? How many types of interest is there? 2 types. Great, yes? And what are they? Yes. Simple interest and compound interest. Will somebody tell me the formula of simple interest? It's very simple. Come on. PTR upon 100. Absolutely. So what is the formula for compound interest? Someone at the back there. Come on. You can't be going off to sleep on this. Somebody at the back. Compound interest formula. Wake up. Yeah, A is equal to, absolutely. So what is, A is equal to P into 1 plus R upon 100 raised to the power of N. And what is that N? Number of years. So you know that your amount is going to increase with the number of years that you leave your money, right? It's directly proportionate to that. Okay, let's see some real life examples. So compounding basically is when you leave the interest in your investment, and that interest which you've left in the investments makes interest earning for you. Okay, let's see a live example here. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to come back to this. Okay, so the live example of 1 lakh, okay, which you invest for 3 years at the rate of 10%. It gives you 1 lakh and 30,000. And the same thing, okay, when you look at it from a compound interest point of view, you've got 1,34,946.99. So this extra amount of almost 5,000 rupees is not capital that you have put in, right? It's the interest that you left behind that has made this interest for you. Okay? How many of you are Harry Potter fans here? Oh, wow, that's a lot. So how many of you have read or watched The Deathly Hallows? Do you remember Bellatrix? And what is the charm that she uses to multiply the gold in the vault? Do you remember? No? The Gemino charm. So what does the Gemino charm do? If anyone enters the vault, the gold in the vault starts compounding. Okay? And when the gold in the vault starts compounding, the thief gets crushed under the gold. Okay? So that is the Gemino charm that Bellatrix puts in the vault. Yeah? She's in charge of the vault in Harry Potter. So this is something that I wanted to share with you before, but yeah, so this is what it is. So the power of compounding is not to crush somebody, but to increase your wealth. And you see, this extra 5,000 rupees that you made was only because you did not touch that money before. So like I said, the power of compounding is that you leave your money behind, do not touch it, let it grow. Now, what are the 2 biggest deterrents of wealth creation? I've already given you the answer, but I want to hear it from you. Anything else apart from these? Indiscipline, very true. The other one? Emotions, absolutely. Emotions is the big one. Irregularity. Yeah, I mean, irregularity is definitely one of them. You need to be disciplined and regular. But emotion is the best answer for this question, actually. Because fear and loss of confidence, what is put up here, are both your emotions, right? So, what is fear? What is that only one kind of fear that actually exists? No. There is only one fear. Come on. Think about it. What is that one fear that everyone has? And that is the only fear that you have. Not knowing. The only fear that exists is the fear of the unknown. Right? That is the only fear. If you knew what was going to happen, would you be afraid of it? No, right? You'll be prepared for it. So why are you afraid before your exams? Because you don't know what's going to come in the question paper, right? Isn't it? If you knew your question paper, would you be afraid? No. So the only fear that exists is the fear of the unknown. How many of you are afraid of ghosts? Well, not that many, huh? All of you are very brave, yeah. I used to be very afraid of a ghost when I was your age. So why are you afraid of ghost? There is no ghost, right? But still people are afraid of it. Now, if I told you that a ghost is somebody who comes, sits by your bed every night, sings a lullaby, and then when you fall asleep, she goes away. He goes away. Would you still be afraid? No, no. Because you will know that this ghost will come, sing a lullaby, and go away. I don't need to be afraid of it anymore. Because you know. So the only fear that exists is actually the fear of the unknown, right? And how do we combat the fear of the unknown? We combat the fear of the unknown by knowledge, right? So that is the only way that you can combat this fear, that you know. You know what is required, right? This brings me to the topic of the day. All this was warm up, sorry. Now comes the hard part, okay? Not things that, you would be familiar with, but I would still want you to participate. These are the two main topics of the day today: the difference between saving and investing, and the power of compounding. So I'm going to start with the difference between saving and investing. Somebody will volunteer apart from Amritesh. Come on. You want to? Come ahead. What is your name? Karan? Hi, Karan.
Hello.
Karan, what do you think is savings?
Like saving your money from your paycheck, saving something to buy something like a car or house or something.
And what do you think is investing?
Like creating an extra revenue source. Investing that money to multiply that money.
Very true. You got it bang on, actually. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Karan. So what did Karan say here? Karan said that if you want to save something, it is actually a saving for you to buy something with it or to meet some emergency with it, right? So that is saving. What is investing? Investing is for the future. When you buy into an asset and you let it grow, okay, you see value in that asset and you let it grow till it reaches its value, that is known as investing, right? That is known as investment. Now I want people from this side to participate, please. So the difference between saving and investing. How many of you have saved money in a piggy bank? That's good to know. So did I. I used to love it, especially break the piggy bank and buy something with it, right? That is saving. What is investing? Stocks, yes. What are the other forms of investing? Land, gold, yes. Sorry? Okay, one at a time. I can't hear you. Property, currency, excellent. Yes. Business, yes, of course. Business, startups, very important. Sorry? No. No, not bitcoins. What else? Mutual funds. Very good. So we will talk about a little more about in details about investing. Now, why I said bitcoins, I'll come back to that later. Okay, so we are going to talk about asset class. Okay, so all these different kinds of investments that we do form under buckets of asset class. Come on, you. Come here. What is your name? Rohit, come. Rohit, read this out.
An asset class is a group of investments that exhibit similar characteristics, investments that are subject to the same laws and regulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Big round of applause for Rohit here. So, an asset class, okay? An asset class is something that has very similar traits, okay? What do I mean by that? So, if you look at an asset class like equity, okay? What is equity? Equity is nothing but buying into stocks of a company. So you become a part owner of that company because you own a share in that company, right? So all stocks have the same trait, and all of them follow something called an index. They also have a different exchange, right? So apart from just being having similar characteristics, they are also differentiated because they have different exchanges that we need to use to invest in them, right? Let's look at some of the asset classes. So these are the main asset classes. Will one of you want to volunteer to read this out? Come. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, please, you have to. Now that you said no, I'm not going to leave you. Come on, come on. Come, it's so easy. All you have to do is just read. What is your name? Rajveer. A big round of applause for Rajveer here. Come on.
The main asset classes are cash, money, market instruments, equities, stocks, and fixed income, bonds, commodities, real estate. Nowadays,
Thank you. So, the person who spoke about bitcoins at the end, nowadays, futures and other financial derivatives, even cryptocurrencies, are included in the list of investment. But cryptocurrencies are highly speculative in nature. We don't know what drives them. So this is not something I would advise you to do right now. Let's just stick to the top 5, okay? We are going to be only talking about the top 5 today. So cash and money market is your saving. Equity, we spoke about. It's a stock that you buy in a company, right? Fixed income or bonds are fixed return assets, right? So they give you a fixed return over a period of time that is specified, which is also mentioned as a maturity date. And you get your interest from time to time, and on maturity, you get your principal back, right? Commodities. Does anybody know what a commodity is? Gold. Yes, gold is commodity. Any other example of commodities? That is real estate. Sorry? Silver. Yes, silver is also a commodity. Diamond. No, diamond is also a commodity, yes. Platinum is also a commodity, yes. Any other? So rice and wheat are also commodities. Oil is also a commodity. Any others? All metals are commodities. So commodities are natural resources, okay? And then we have oil is also a commodity, you're right. Then we have real estate. So all of you spoke about having land, property, a house to live in, a house that you own and you put it on rent. I'm sorry? Farmhouse, yes? A farmhouse is also real estate. So let's go through this in details. Cash, we know, is cash in the bank, or you can invest it in a fixed deposit or a liquid fund. And this is something that you will keep and grow, because this is what is going to take care of your emergency. You need a large amount in savings, because if you don't have large amounts in savings, you will not be able to meaningfully invest the rest of the money, which you can put away for long term, right? Equity, commonly known as stocks. Equity refers to buying a share in a company. You take part in the growth of that company and you watch it grow, right? However, this is a very high risk and high reward asset class. You have to keep in mind that in short term, equity can actually give you negative returns. So when you invest in equity, you have to be very clear that this is for a long term, and you have to be patient with it, allow it to grow, right? I'll give you an example. Suppose today you invest in a stock of a company which has got only 10 crores of revenue. You buy the stock at 10 rupees value. I'm just giving a hypothetical example here. Okay? In 10 years' time or in 5 years' time, the company starts generating 100 crores of revenue. Okay? Your 10 rupees share now becomes 100 rupees. It's a 900% appreciation, okay? It's 10 times the value, but it takes time. And it is unpredictable. So you cannot predict when that is going to happen, right? Now is fixed income. Fixed income is something I think a lot of you must be familiar with. It's like a fixed deposit where you get a fixed return and you get your principal back at the end of the term, right? That is fixed deposit or a fixed return. Real estate. Real estate can give you returns in two ways, okay? So if you have a property in which you live in, the value of that will grow over a period of time. And if you have a property which you put on rent somewhere, you also get rental income. So there you get rental income as well as growth in the asset, right? These are the typical returns that you will get from each asset class. Anyone wants to volunteer to read it out? One of the girls this time, please. Somebody, come on, ladies. I want to see one of you here. You, come on. Yes, come. A big round of applause for Advika. A big round of applause for Advika. Come on, Advika.
Typical annualized returns from different assets classes. Cash or money, market instruments, 3% to 5%, 5% to 7% commodities. Fixed income bonds, 7% to 9%, 10% to 12% equities, stocks. Real estate, 0 to 100%, depending on the cycle.
Thank you, Advika. Thank you so much. So these are the kind of returns that you can expect. And keep this in mind because we're going to play something at the end where these returns may come in handy for you. Now for something for the greater good, right? As you all go on to become millionaires, and I'm sure all of you will, you have to keep in mind that you have to also give back to the society that you live in, give back to the underprivileged, okay? And this is a quote that I really, really like. And I would like one of you to come here and read that quote out for me, please. You want to come again? Come, Karan, come.
Investing with a bigger goal. When God gives you more, don't raise your standard of living, raise your standard of giving.
Absolutely. Thank you, Karan. Thanks a lot. You can, of course, you can use it as tax. Absolutely. You anyway get more when you give, right? Absolutely right, Karan. You want to say that aloud?
No.
Okay. So what Karan is saying is that you also get tax benefit when you donate. You just don't get tax benefit. You get goodwill, okay, which you cannot quantify. And goodwill is something which gets you blessings and other forms of income, which is not covered here, unfortunately. So when God gives you more, do not raise your standard of living. Like Ronald never raised his standard of living, right? But raise your standard of giving back to society. There are also some very interesting opportunities of investing for social impact. This is known as impact investing, right? So these are some of the categories of social investing that you can look at. So there are companies which invest in social justice, social housing, healthcare, regenerative agriculture. So this is all giving back to the society and to the planet, okay? So that you know that you are doing something for the greater cause, okay? I want to know, before I start with the most interesting part of the discussion, anyone has any questions on any of the asset classes so far? Anybody? Okay, I will leave my email ID and number with the team here. So in case you guys have any questions that you need answering, please reach out, okay? Okay, anyone has heard of this? Rule of 72. Anybody? Anybody knows anything about this? What is the rule of 72? No? Okay. I'll quickly come to this. Rule of 72 is very interesting, okay? You remember the returns we spoke about? Okay. So the rule of 72 is 72 divided by the return gives you the number of years it will take for your money to double. Okay? This is a very interesting concept, and we all use it in wealth management to show our clients how long will it take, because they all ask us, how long will it take for my money to double? Because doubling is very interesting, right? So how long will it take for your money to double if you invest in equity? So 12% by 72 will give you 6 years, right, to double your money. If you were to invest in fixed income, anyone remembers what was the return that you were making in fixed income? 9%, right? 5%? No. 7 to 9%, right? So if you take 9%, it'll take 8 years, right, for your money to double. Anybody wants to take a call on how long it will take for your money to double if you were to invest in commodities at 6%? Anyone? 12 years. Absolutely. Okay, now we just play an interesting game here, okay, which I will just show you. I will need to. Screen will also have. Okay, so this is called the SIP calculator. Okay, I'm afraid I'm not able to show you the full screen here. Just give me a second. Yeah. Okay, so here, what is a SIP? Does anyone know what a SIP is? Systematic investment plan. Very correct. A big round of applause for, who said it? What is your name? Ansari. Big round of applause for Ansari. Systematic investment plan, okay? And what is interesting, and I want you to see this, if you were putting 25,000 rupees a month, earning 12% interest for 10 years, you would have invested 30 lakhs, right? But your returns would be 28 lakhs, okay? And you will totally have 58 lakhs at the end of 10 years. So just imagine, that is the power of compounding that we were talking about, right? Uh-oh, okay. Yeah, let's go back to the presentation. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so this is not working. Can you change the slide? Yeah. This is not working. This is not working. Can you just change to the next slide? I think I'm almost over. So I thank you all for being a part of this today. And I'm really happy that all of you participated in the session. I just want to recap one thing, and that is invest wisely, invest with discipline, don't give in to fear and lack of confidence and patience. You're right, absolutely. So if you're patient, your money grows, right? Your relationship with money is like your relationship with anyone else, okay? You love it, you respect it, you let it grow, and it'll work for you. If you take it out to buy that car, it may not. So invest wisely.
Thank you, ma'am. I request you to just stay a minute. I would like to invite Ms. Sindhuri Reddy, MD, the Premia Academy, to present the memento. All right, let's gear up for the first panel discussion of the day. I think we've started off on a very good note. I hope you're all bright and awake and excited for the next one. Okay. Now, the first panel discussion is all about challenging your potential. How many of you understand the word potential? Show of hands, please. When we say you have a lot of potential, do you understand what we're saying to you as teachers and mentors? Show of hands, no idea, you just nod your heads. All right? Okay. Now, energy forms the basis of scientific study. Do we agree? Or is it too early for science? Yeah? Energy forms the basis of scientific study, and we have a lot of it stored in us. Now, this is stored, it could be in our bodies, minds, and even our spirits. That is what we talk about when we refer to potential. Now, do you get it? A show of hands again. Potential is nothing but all the energy that you have stored in you that you're supposed to be using for multiple reasons. When we make use of it in the right way, we call it realizing our potential, since we're using the stored energy to progress. On that note, we would like to invite our esteemed panelists onto the stage. Please welcome Ms. Nicey Joseph, founder of Nicey Joseph Dance and Fitness. She's an experienced and versatile dancer, recognized in Bollywood and on international platforms. We also have Ms. Anusha Rao, an avid filmmaker. She believes that one needs to experience aspects of life in order to develop stories that engage viewers both mentally and visually. She's been working in the feature and documentary space and currently working on a web series for a renowned production house in Hyderabad. Next up, we have Ms. Nandini Nair, award-winning author of over 60 books for children of all ages. She is India's most prolific children's writer and has written for well-known publishers like Tulika, Scholastic, Puffin, Amar Chitrakatha, among others. Please also welcome Mr. Petla Parsuram Naidu, renowned film director and screenwriter who has been working in Telugu cinema for more than 14 years. Round of applause, please. Ms. Monisha Vemavarpu, CEO and co-founder of Rubaru. Ms. Monisha has been working as a designer and facilitator for the past 13 years. Her expertise lies with issues connected with gender, interfaith, and youth development. Ma'am has also curated the curriculum for Avni, a program on sustainability for the students of the Premia Academy. We also have Ms. Lekha Sishta, a global talent strategist, consultant, and advisor in the areas of leadership, culture, architecture, and business transformation, with over 4 decades of rich global corporate experience across various industries. Next, we also have Mr. Tarun Oblum, founder of Oblum, a handcrafted luxury footwear brand. He taught himself the skill of handcrafting shoes and is one of perhaps only 3 or 4 designers in India who crafts leather shoes using hand tools. Last but not the least, we have Ms. Sindhuri Reddy, Managing Director, the Premia Academy, primarily an educationist with a future-forward vision who always leads by example. Very affectionate and popular among students. We also have the moderator for this panel, Ms. Monica Aurora, headmistress, the Premia Academy, who is a gentle mentor known for her passion and perseverance in shaping young minds. We welcome you all. Please give them another round of applause.
Greetings, everyone. How are you doing today? Just good? How are you doing, my little ones? How are you doing? How are you doing? Nice. That's some energy. We are here with a full house, isn't it? Yes? Thank you, Nandika ma'am and Umama ma'am, for introducing the passionate panelists here. And an author, entrepreneur, choreographer, filmmaker, movie director, entrepreneurs, and strategists, all at one stage. And I'm elated to be sharing this stage with all of them. Thank you for being a part of this panel here. Fueled by their passion, they have left no stone unturned to realize their dreams, taking a step forward towards their purpose. And as we meet them today, I'm sure they're going to be sharing their stories to success. Dear children, let's make a most of it today and get them inspired as much. I am eager to speak to them. Are you? Are you? Thank you. And so, not to make you all waiting, let's start with the very first thing about we would all like to know is when and how did you realize your calling? Who would like to take that? Please.
Hello, everybody. Who loves to dance here? Okay, I'm coming soon to your school. I'm sure Daniel is already doing it. Yes, so I always knew I wanted to dance and do something in this field, but my parents never took it seriously. They just kept it like, yeah, hoga, you can dance and you can study as well. And I was doing that, but there came a time that I had to decide, and I was very clear, but I was confused because you know how it is. Education is important, but at a point you will need to know where to go. And I was very clear, but it took me a while to prove it to my parents that yes, this is me and this is what I'm going to do. And I just kept following my passion and listening to my heart, and here I am.
Thank you. That is Nicey. She is the choreographer, and we have her team who's been teaching our students at school. Thank you, Nicey. Anusha, would you like to take? She's a filmmaker.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me proper? Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank Premia and Metamorphosis for having this event. I wish this event was there when I was a kid, when I was growing up, because I know how that confusion is like. I know exactly what you guys are going through. So take your time with your career. That's the first point I would like to say. And why, what my calling was, I want to start with how, when I was growing up, I'm sure all of you have had that curiosity. So I think a lot of questions which I couldn't ask my parents, the films kind of sort of answered that for me. Not the uncomfortable ones, but also a lot about people and psychology and the society, so things like that. That really helped through film for me, and it also helped me with the form of expression for myself. I'm not much of a talker, like I'm talking right now. So it's just a form of expression for me, and just talking about things that usually we don't talk about. And yeah, so filmmaking is that for me. And parents have always been very supportive, actually, because when I was a kid, they've showed me movies. My mom was into Bengali films, and my dad was into Ben-Hur and Ten Commandments. So I sort of like grew up watching those, and we would sit down and talk about it on the dining table. So that's the kind of upbringing I've had, and that's been my calling. Thank you.
That's great. Yeah. You can take it, ma'am.
So I was a very avid reader, and I remember I must have been in class 6 or 7. And my brother and I had this habit that we would always read when we were eating. And of course, like all mothers, my mother got very annoyed. And we lived on on the 8th floor. And one time she just picked up the book I was reading and threw it off the balcony. And it went, it wasn't even my own book. It was a borrowed book. And my brother and I ran there and we looked and watched it fluttering down. And my mother was like, I told you, you have to study. These books are not going to help you pass exams. And I think at that point, the thought occurred to me that, why not study books? I'd always loved reading. So what I did do was, I did study literature because that's what I wanted to. But like every child who reads, I mean, I'm sure there are lots of you here. At some point when you're reading, you pause and think, how would it be to create a world like this, where you actually pull people in and sort of hold them prisoner? And that thought did come to me. But I actually acted on it several years later after I had finished my education. I sat down one day and wrote a story. And then that moment when I knew that this is what I wanted to do was when I saw it published in newspaper and I saw my name there. And I was teaching in a school at that time. And the student came up and told me that, ma'am, I read your story and it's great fun. And that really made me realize that here I could use my words and I could create worlds and I could invite people into my worlds and hold them there. And that was the moment when I knew that I could do this. And that's like, it's over 20 years since I discovered that. And I'm still enjoying the journey of writing and creating new worlds.
Oh, nice. And we are happy that you started writing for the children. I'm saying we are happy that you started writing for children. Sir.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Parasuram Petla. I'm a film director in Tollywood. And after completing my post-graduation, for doing a small job, I came to Hyderabad. And from my childhood also, I'm used to watch films with my mom, dad, and friends. So my dream is when I came to do job here, like one of my cousin is there, Mr. Puri Jagannath. So I met him to tell that I am also want to become a filmmaker, because it's my passion and my dream to watch my name on the screen written and directed by Parasuram Petla. So that is only one thing most inspiring and happiest thing in my life. When I come to the film industry, I know that it's a very, very challenging and it's like it a uncertainty field. Maybe I may be success, I don't know, but the thing is I would like to do so. నాకు ఇష్టమైన పని నేను చేస్తే నాకు చాలా ఆనందంగా ఉంటుంది అది. సో ఐ డోంట్ నో హౌ ఐ కాంట్ ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ దట్ వర్డ్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లీష్ ప్రాపర్లీ. సో ఐఎమ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ అండ్ ఐఎమ్ హియర్ నౌ. I did 7 movies and all decent films. And my thank you. And every day I'm saying, I'll say to myself that the best of mine still to come. Yeah. Absolutely. So the yet to come. Yeah.
How
so
humble. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Monisha and I'm part of an organization called Rubaru in Hyderabad. And I think for me, when I realized my calling, so I grew up a very rebellious child. I think I didn't agree with a lot of what people were expecting of me. What to study, who to hang out with, what to watch. And I always felt like I wanted more space to figure out what I wanted to do. So I did my undergrad in fashion design. And before that, I chose maths, physics, chemistry. I think all of those options were, keep it open so that you can choose whatever career option. And while I did all of that and I continued to finish my undergrad, I was still not sure what it meant, what I wanted to do in my life. So after that, I was part of a 6-month volunteering exchange program. I have told this story so many times. But I think for me, that volunteering exchange program
gave me a space to question everything that I was taught all my life, whether it was from school, whether it was from family, whether it was from social structures of who you should interact with, whether it was gender, whether it was religion, caste, class, all of these things. And that experience really changed a lot of my worldview. It helped me change my friendships, look at how I built friendships and what were some of those guidelines that were not so much told anymore after a certain age, but they had become part of my habit. So for me, that was the time that I realized that I wanted to work with other young people to create journeys where they could also question everything that is being taught. So it may be also against sometimes the school system or against the social structure that we are part of. But for me, that was my calling to create safe spaces for everyone in the world. Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Thank you. So my journey was a little different in the sense that I'm the daughter of a brigadier, very tough disciplinarian, and oldest of 3 girls. So my father told me what we needed to study, how we needed to study. 45 years ago, when I went into the IIM, it was a culmination of his dream more than mine. But I did it anyway. 12 years after that, when I was working in corporate India, the big companies, NTPC and Idea Cellular and places like that, suddenly one day I met somebody who was one of the professors from Harvard who had come to India and started the MBA program in India. And he told me, why don't you come and talk at one of the colleges? And I said, me talk? No way, it's not going to happen, because I can talk in small spaces or in boardrooms, but a class of 60 hooligans, sorry, but in the age group of about 23, 24, I said, there's no way. But I went in there, I said, okay, I'm going to talk for just 5 minutes. It went on for 2 hours. And I found what my passion was, because it was an instant performance appraisal. Unlike in corporate India, where you wait annually for your performance appraisal, this is an appraisal in the class. You know whether you're making it or you're not making it. So though I have, after that, continued with my corporate career, been at CXO levels in the last 15 years. However, I've also taught every weekend at the MBA level, one college or the other, one course or the other. And I've discovered what I really think I love, and that is interacting with youngsters like you, knowing what is changing, being able to continuously learn myself and influence people to be able to change their course, whatever the age. So now after I retired from full-time corporate, though I am on the boards of different companies, I work very closely with people who would like to continue to exploit or explore their potential, and I love it.
Thank you. What a lovely journey you had.
Hi, good morning. This is very intimidating, talking to a room with so many young children. But that being said, as a young child, when I was your age, I went to the Hyderabad public school, okay? And I really didn't like education so much. But there was one place in the school that I enjoyed being in the most, and that was the arts room. So through my young childhood, all the way till I finished school, if there was one place that I found solace, it was the arts room. That being said, like any other student in India, right after that, I went and studied my maths, physics, chemistry, thinking I'd be an engineer, but I didn't do that. I didn't pursue that either. So right after that, I went on to study business management in Bangalore. But throughout the time, there was always one thing that I held close, and that was art and design. I'm sure all of you all know hip hop and you all listen to hip hop music, rap music. Do you all? Yeah. So you see how all these rappers wear these cool shoes, right? Like sneakers. I'm sure the sneaker culture is very big right now. So I started collecting sneakers, and that's how I fell in love with shoes. And then I decided to go learn how to make a sneaker. So I went to Milan. I was there for about 3 months. And then from there, I went to London, one of the oldest schools for shoemaking in the world. And surprisingly, when I went to college, it wasn't sneakers that I ended up falling in love with. It's the craft behind the shoemaking that I fell in love with, which got me to start my own brand in Hyderabad called Oblam. I would say we're an Indian brand, we're an Indian shoemaker, the first of its sorts. We make traditional shoes. So the journey's been quite interesting. From loving sneakers to making traditional shoes. It's been quite the journey, but I'm so glad to be here to help young students like y'all find purpose and passion in life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Children, that was Tarun Obalam, an entrepreneur designing shoes. And the moment he said shoemaker, I saw, glances going towards his shoes and trying to see that.
I always wear my own shoes. I don't wear any other brand because it's bad marketing, guys.
Sindhu ma'am. Yeah.
Hi, guys. I don't have such intriguing story. Mine is very simple. I had my son, and I decided to make the world a better place for him. That's it. That's my story, and I'm extremely, extremely happy to be here. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here, ma'am. And every minute that I spend in school with all of you is me living my purpose out. And when I question myself saying, will I do this without any remuneration, without any get back, without anything for the rest of my life? And the answer to me was very clear. Absolutely. I'll do this for free for the rest of my life. So that's my passion. That's my purpose. That's it.
And we are grateful that Sindhu ma'am got up with this vision that she needed to start the school. And that's why we are all here, the Premia Academy. I think a big round of applause is needed for that. Thank you, and we are grateful, Sindhu ma'am. Children, a question to you. What is that one thing common that you found in each of them here? Thank you. Thank you. We've unveiled the first P, passion. We'll reach there. Okay? Yes, we'll reach there soon. And with that, Miss Monisha, the next question coming up for you. We've always had this confusion, or rather, kind of conflict that goes on. Is formal education important, or having the right attitude and aptitude to follow the passion?
Thank you for that question, ma'am. I think this is something that I think I'm always debating in my own mind. Like, what is education? What is the purpose of education? Is education the only way that we will, make progress in society, not just in terms of individual opportunity, but also largely as a society as well. And I think I come back to this thing of my own journey, but also what is often now a joke, right? Like that engineering is something that everybody does, and then they decide what they want to do in their life. And it's not really about engineering or fashion design or the subject per se that is being studied, but really understanding what the opportunity of education creates, what it facilitates for the individual. Because when if I have to shut my eyes and look back at my 15, 18 years of education, I think I may not remember the subject. But what I do remember are the friendships, the conflicts, the challenges, the group work, the sports, the intercurricular, inter-college activities, these kind of summits. I think these were spaces that I know are opportunities of stepping stone for me to become who I am today. So I really always come back to that point to understand that education is important because it is a space that facilitates learning. And along with that, it is also about what it does to that individual. Like, what are the life skills that I build along the way? What are the leadership skills that I build along the way? Like, I think I also saw many students part of this summit, greeting the panelists, talking, introducing, and doing, and I'm sure everybody was also involved in organizing this summit itself. And I feel that is a leadership opportunity that this education space facilitates. And I think that's what's important.
Absolutely. I think you answered my question very well. That is where formal education shakes hands with the aptitude and attitude. To develop the right aptitude, you need the right space. Thank you, Ms. Monisha. My next question coming up is to Sindhu ma'am. We just spoke about how and why we are here today being a part of the Premia Academy. None more passionate than Sindhu ma'am, I think, can answer this question. What has a longer shelf life, passion or purpose? How can we help our children turn their passion into a purpose?
Thank you, ma'am. Great question. It's very simple when you just make the mental model in your head. Whatever you do, you have to have some form of give back to society. This may sound a little philosophical, but I think when we come into the world, we are a soul. We happen to have a body. And the soul comes to love, comes to serve, and give back to society. That's the journey of the soul. So no matter what you do, if you have the question in your head saying, how am I giving back to society? For a homemaker, it could be making sure that the home is a happy place. That's their purpose. For a designer, it could be making people look confident. For me, it's giving all our children at Premia the best opportunity we can. So I have a dear friend here, Mala. For her, her purpose is she just wants to champion every teen that's out there on the planet. So if they're not very different, if you're happy doing what you're doing, and you can have a small spin on it saying, how am I giving back? How am I leaving my legacy? How many lives am I touching? You have to ask yourself these questions, and your purpose will just shout out to you saying, this is why you're here, this is what you're doing, and this is what you'll achieve. It becomes a very clear vision in front of you.
Thank you, Sindhu ma'am. I think we can remember this. A very, very simple philosophy is what ma'am has told us in very simple words. Just 3 questions. Ask to yourself. And the answer is there. Can we do that? No, it doesn't sound like. Can we do that? Thank you. And we promise that we are going to ask this question to ourselves. Sir, next question is for you. What challenges, societal or otherwise, did you face while trying to follow your passion? And what helped you overcome these challenges?
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, the first day itself, I want to come into the film industry. I know it's very challenging, and I feel life is every day it's a challenge in any field, in a software, maybe like in sports or anything. If challenge is there in itself means we can give our best. So my biggest thing is positive attitude. Every day, if I demoralize also, somebody will demoralize me, it's getting a chance in film industry with the right person and right thing. So a lot of humiliations will be there, not in the film industry, in the society itself is like that. But my biggest weapon is I'll take everything in positive manner. And I'll think I'll go to their place and I'll think with their brain. So if I didn't get any opportunity, also I'll never I don't make me to let down. I'll work very hard, and I love to face the challenges, and then it will give kick for me. That is thing. Thank you.
Well said, sir. Never give up. Stay resilient. Work towards your dreams. Stay positive. Wonderful message, sir. And my next question coming up is for Anusha Rao, the filmmaker, while following your passion, if you have a burnout, sometimes it does happen that you are occupied, things are not going the way you kind of expect it. How do you cope up with it?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. It's something I think even students need.
Absolutely, it happens with us and the students also.
Yeah, for sure. I think the first burnout I've ever had in my life is when I was in school. I used to play tennis professionally. So there was a time when I used to go for the tennis practice at 4 in the morning, come back at 7, and then go to school, and then come back from school at 2, and then go back to tennis again at 4. So come back at 7 and have dinner and sleep. And just before sleeping, I think I didn't even have the energy to like play a game. So I think I went through that phase for a couple of years. Like I played tennis for about 12 years. Then I think it got to me at some point, like the whole. So that's what's called a burnout, kids. So I think over time, I think I've realized that I built my own strategy for that. So I started doing things differently. I changed the order of things. So if I'm doing ABC, I just started doing like CAB probably. And that kind of made my brain exercise a bit more and do things a bit differently and make the work more fun, So I think that really helps when you're doing the same thing in a different manner every day. And that happens at work as well, especially like in a field that I am in, the film industry for sure. Like it can get a little too much because it's all about teamwork. And every person on set is as important as anybody working in, for example, construction. If one person is not there to pick up the bricks, then that work is not done. Somebody else has to do that, and the work gets slow. So that's exactly how a set works, and every person is as prioritized as anybody else. So there. Yeah, so that's where burnout can happen every once in a while. So I think trying to do things differently and trying to keep your focus at the same time is what's important, I think. And yeah, so you can be prepared for a burnout, but just try to make sure that you predict it sooner so you can solve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anusha. We all have different strategies to cope up with such things, right? Sometimes I see people just sitting calmly and, zoning out. That's fine. Talk to yourself. Get up. You will get there. Lekha ma'am, a question for you. Sometimes what happens is opportunities knock the door, but we don't realize or we don't recognize them. Can you give us some mantras or some, ways to recognize such opportunities? How does one really recognize and see that, okay, fine, there's an opportunity which aligns with my passion? How do we take this forward?
Okay, it's a fabulous question, and it's something that you can go on and on about. I'm going to try and make it as crisp as possible, and that is, first of all, I'd like to ask the audience, what are you passionate about? Anybody? What are you passionate about? Anyone? Yes? Space? Okay. Art? All right. Anything else? Anyone with gaming? Football, sports? Aviation? Great. When I was younger, one of the things that used to really make me really go crazy were things like Scrabble, today Wordle, for example, or it used to be about, what else? Sudoku, for instance, right? Something that really excites you. But then I recognize that what am I passionate about and what is my addiction are two different things. So I can be completely addictive to Wordle. I play about, I think, 18 different forms of it every night from 12 o'clock till 12:30, I will be on that, right? But then I recognize that it does give me a kick while I'm doing it, but it also depresses me when I'm unable to do it. So you have to find out the difference between passion and addiction. So when you recognize, where does it add value to you? Where does it give you that purpose that we're talking about? Where does it finally, say, wow, this is absolutely phenomenal. I like many of the points that you'd raised, Anusha, and in fact, all of you, the writer, Sindhu ma'am, and of course Tarun. I think what makes the difference is, can you do the same thing differently daily? So while I've been in corporate, one of the things that is very irritating is just pushing pen on paper, right? When teaching as well, if you do consumer behavior, you're teaching consumer behavior day after day, year after year. I can either take the same old notes, but if I decide that this year I'm going to also teach international marketing, or I'm going to teach finance as a difference, I think the kind of perspective it gives you to teach the same old paper is very different. Tear up your old notes when you're learning something new in class as well. If you bring that passion into whatever you do, you're able to find, does it really click? Because are you excited about doing something differently each day? And when you bring that to work, so therefore there has to be a little bit of introspection about you and what you're like, whether that's really going to make a difference. And I want to tell you a story which I read, and I met this lady later. This was a Nepali prostitute whom I had heard about in, as a child. She was taken away from her home. She was in Texas and really had got into that entire grime. But she finally escaped. And she decided that instead of just escaping and making a better life for herself, if she can go back and do something for the others in Nepal, for instance, who are still getting caught into it, the young girls who are getting caught into it, what can she do to help them? And she set up this little place on the Indo-Nepal border, which became a refuge center for these girls who could escape and therefore give them a new life. Yeah? If you find in adversity also a reason to give back rather than allowing that to cloud you, if you can find, for example, a mentor in whatever you'd like to do, somebody who's in Rubudu, for instance, right? Finding out and understanding what they're doing. One of the things that I do when I'm completely stressed out in my career, and that does happen, is that I go to movies. And I'm so happy to say that one of my favorite movies, Parish Garu, is Geeta Govindam, which of course you've made. And what I do is I sit in a theater. You're not going to believe this, but I sit in a theater like IMAX or INOX or whatever. I sit there from morning 10 o'clock. I will see a 10 o'clock movie, I'll see a 1 o'clock movie, I'll see a 4 o'clock movie and a 7 o'clock movie, and I'll see, sitting alone, 4 different genres, 4 different languages, switch off completely. But I take that learning back into either my classroom, and we know that there are 2 passions in India. One is cricket and the other is films, right? So at any age, I can talk to people about films and there will be a connect, like all of you just clapped, right? When we spoke about Geeta Govindam, for example, and I'm sure it's not just because of Vijay D. Right? It's also, the movie was beautiful. So there is always a learning in whatever you do. You go to even a shop, and if you can just see and understand, why is eye level bi level, right? Why do people pick up something that's there, and why does the child pick up something at 3 feet, right? And then you realize there's so much of strategy that goes into it. So I think keeping your antennae open, learning from everything, finding that passion, finding the right mentor, opportunities will open up. But bring that passion to life in everything you do on a daily basis, even in your studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Beautifully explained and very, very simple. Find opportunity in everything that knocks there. And children, excitement, passion, if you do it with that, yes, every little moment can be turned into an opportunity. Thank you, ma'am. Next question for you, Naisi. Is it ever too late to follow your passion? What do you think about it?
Okay, I'll start off with the audience. Who loves KFC chicken? Okay, we are not getting that now. So when I was a teenager, I used to like the popcorn chicken a lot. And I always wondered, who's this man on the brand logo? Like whenever I ate, there was a man's picture, and
Yeah, we used to be called as the KFC uncle there.
so then Google being our best friend, I went and I was checking what about KFC, and then I read about Mr. Colin Sanders that he started KFC at the age of 65. So the answer to this very simple question is no. It is never too late to follow your passion and make a very successful empire. It's never too late to identify your skill and, make it into an actionable plan. It's never too late to learn a new skill and to be incredibly successful at it. So I am a byproduct of following my passion from the age of 4. And I started training only at the age of 19, like professional training. From the age of 4, I was only doing shows, performing in school, college, everywhere. But when I was 19, I started working with Shamba. And that's when I was training. But now in my 30s, I have opened my own studio in one of the biggest studios in Hyderabad. So, yeah, I think if you are blessed enough to have a passion, I think you should just follow it.
Thank you, Nicey. I'm hopeful now that I can wear dancing shoes and probably you could teach me someday. Thank you. Tarun, the next question is for you. We've been talking about passion. Is being passionate enough, or you need to walk that extra mile to be a prodigy in your own right?
Okay, I'm going to break this question down into two. How many of y'all understand the word prodigy? Do y'all understand the word prodigy? Yes? I'm not a prodigy. Okay? Quite simple. I inherited some sort of taste when it comes to art and design through my mother who's sitting here. Over the years, I've had to refine it. I've had to work on myself. I'd say I'm a work in progress. And I think everyone should be a work in progress until the very end. That's how you refine yourself. So yes, the second question. Passion did open up a few doors for me. Passion got me into one of the best universities and colleges in the world for shoemaking. And right after that, it did open up a few more opportunities for me to work as an intern at a very old shoemaking establishment and things like that. But as you grow older, you've got to work harder to keep that passion alive. Because your doors, as you keep growing older, will start to shut. As a young student, you should take all the opportunities that you get. In fact, I was very lucky when I was young. My mom sent me to all sorts of classes. I did painting, I did karate, I did tennis, I would do anything and everything. So I was very lucky in that sense to be given the opportunity to find what I want to do later in my life. That being said, as a shoemaker, if I only keep making shoes every day, I will only be that shoemaker that is making 30 pairs of shoes or 40 pairs of shoes a month. I've had, my ambition was to put Indian shoemaking on the map and probably be the best shoemaker that India's ever had. Now, to be the best shoemaker that India's ever seen, or to be recognized globally, I also have to put out work that can be recognized globally. And to put out work that has to be recognized globally. Nice one. Yeah, to be recognized globally, you also need a product that is on the same level. So to get to that, you also have to invest back into your business. So guys, very honestly speaking, in the last 6 years that I started my career, the first 2 years were only fueled by passion. But what was missing was the business side to it. And that's something that I have learned. That was the extra mile that I have taken over the last 3 years. Thanks so much to my family and my wife who also works with me. while I bring the passion to my craft and the business, they help drive the business without interfering with my craft. And this has been very important because by the end of the day, I have aspirations too. I would like to drive a nice vintage Porsche 911 turbo cool, have a house by the beach, a nice vintage watch collection. And none of this will be possible if I don't have purpose. My purpose is to be the best shoemaker, but you also need to drive that business. So that's the extra mile that I have taken. So if you have a passion, you also need to monetize it to a certain extent. That's something that I have learned. And that's something I believe everyone should know, because I've seen a lot of shoemakers outside of India who've shut shop in the recent past because it was only passion. There was no business to it. But yeah, this would be my take or my give back to that.
Well
question.
said, Tarun. Yes. So children, are we ready to walk that extra mile? Are we ready to walk that extra mile? Thank you. I'll come back to you on this. Nandini ma'am, the question to you. If a person realizes that a passion, what he's been following, does not align with their life vision, is it okay to repivot or try something else?
So I think Tarun kind of answered a lot of that question, because what ma'am wants to know is that at some point, if you feel that you only have the passion, but you're not getting your life vision, and life vision is a very nice way of saying the material comforts, basically the money, which we discussed this morning, that don't follow the paper, the money. But I think that what Tarun said is right, that passion is great, but you do need to have a purpose to it. So I write for children, and I have dreamt of writing for children. I mean, I dreamt of writing from the age of maybe 10 or 11 when I was so totally in love with books. But it required me to have a real sense of purpose to sit down and write. And the age that I write for in India, so most of you must probably be reading in terms of Indian publishing, perhaps Amar Chitra Katha and Tinkle, right? Right or wrong?
Yes,
Yeah,
we all grew up.
yeah, you all read Amar Chitra Katha and Tinkle, but not really the other Indian authors like me who write, simply because there's just too much Geronimo Stilton and there's just too much Harry Potter in the market. So, which means that authors like me don't really, get published or make the kind of money that you want to. So does it ever occur to me to stop and think that, I'm in the wrong profession? No. I mean, yes, you do feel depressed. And I think part of it is also to do with what Anusha said, the burnout that you get because you're trying to do something. But like she said, you do things differently. You take care of your health and you get back to it. But there's another part to what you do. If you're really passionate about it, I would never recommend anyone giving up your passion at any point. What you need to do is to take a look at the larger picture and see other things that you can do which are still very, very loyal to that passion you have. So because I was writing stories and I grew up reading only in the print medium, it occurred to me only to write for the print medium. And then I discovered that there's a whole other world, this whole app business where you can write stories, not just for entertainment, but also as learning. So when I was approached by people, I just opened my mind a little bit and I said, it's still a story, and all I ever wanted to do was write stories. Then I was approached by someone who said, would you work for textbooks or even work on textbooks? And I discovered that I had always thought that there's some factory somewhere far away on some remote island which churns out these boring textbooks. But actually, no, there are people like you and me who work on the textbooks. And I got a chance to make the textbooks a little less boring. So yes, I grabbed it, I did it. So what I think we all need to remember is, yes, please, stick with your passion, but make sure that you prepare for it. Like I did my master's in literature and I also had a teacher training degree. And I found that because I loved literature, because I loved reading, I had the grounding in me to do teaching jobs, to do writing for teachers, to do textbooks, at the same time adapt myself for different mediums. So I think that at no point would I ever suggest giving up your passion. But remember that the passion that you follow has to come with a very, very strong sense of purpose. And that strong sense of purpose should mean that you understand and recognize the opportunities that are presented to you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got answers for a lot of our questions that have been going on around. One final round of take here, a piece of advice, a parting advice to my students, to our students out here. One thing that they need to succeed in life. Please.
Okay, the one thing that I would love for you all to do is to uncover your own skills. What are you good at, and is there a market for it? Right? And then the opportunities do come up. But do study yourself, find that match, and work. Life will just unravel before you. Not unravel, I would say. In fact, it will really come up in a really beautiful map in front of you. But you have to do a little bit of work yourself.
One advice that I would like to give to y'all is find yourself that one person that you'd be very comfortable to talk about. Talk about your future, talk about your passions, talk about your goals. Because if you find that one person is strong enough to guide you through the rest of your life. For me, it was my mother. For me, it was my arts teacher in school. For me, it was many people. But more importantly, it was these two people. So if y'all find someone who can guide y'all, I think y'all will do quite well in life.
Thank you. Sindhu ma'am, would you like to go next?
I think pretty much everybody here had one thing they all spoke about in common other than passion and purpose, and that was the people in their lives. Everybody who touched their lives, whether it was their parents, friends, teachers, any of them. So in that journey where you're getting from one failure to another failure and then from there to success, it's going to be hard. Not everyone is going to get what you think. Not everybody will understand how you feel. But remember to take them along. You will be a lot happier, a lot more content with all of them in your life. It won't be easy, but it's necessary. So take people along, whether it's your parents, friends, family, cousins, whoever it is. Even when they don't get what you mean, get what you want. It's okay to go that extra mile, because when you get to the other side, when you're on top of the mountain and you're seeing the valley of roses, you should be able to share it with somebody. And that's very important.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to say something a little different than what everybody was sharing. I think passion is also overrated sometimes. Controversial opinion, but I think it's really about passion is a starting point to help you realize what you want to do, but it's really the purpose that helps you go through, because you need a lot more than passion to make something happen. And sometimes a passion can be just a passion. It can be something that I want to do on the side. I don't have to make a career out of it. But understanding the purpose becomes important, and taking people along, ma'am, like you shared, that's what really helps you figure out what you want to do in your life. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, simple one word. Love all, be positive, everything will be positive.
Yeah, I'm going to say something which people did tell me, but I didn't pay attention to. Take care of your health. Because, people don't say this often enough, especially for someone like me who's a writer and who spends a lot of time at the computer. But I discovered that, yes, if you don't take care of your health, even that burnout that we talked about earlier is very often probably because you are physically and emotionally tired. So I think we do need to pay attention to all aspects of our health in order to make sure that you do whatever it is you want to do, your passion or your job or whatever, but do it in a very healthy and good way.
Yes. Wellness is important to achieve or reach where you want to. Anusha.
I think I just have 3 words for you. Have a life. With that, I mean, a lot of people said things they're passionate about. Somebody said space. Somebody said sports, gaming. As you grow older, these things might reduce with work. I would love to see one of you kids like on a magazine, but I would also like to see what you do in your free time. So keep those things going. And I think that's when your work will be happy, if you do things, your own stuff at your own free time. Thanks.
Thank you.
So yes, I agree to Ms. Nandini. Health is very important, and that is something you have to take care of for everything else to fall in place. Plus, in whatever you do, it's very important to stay humble, to have faith, and work hard.
Thank you. I think a beautiful sum up to this session. Through their journeys of ebbs and flows, maybe challenging days and satisfying days, definitely, has made them a prodigy. A big, big round of applause for all our panelists out here today. Importantly, in 3 different sentences, if I put this together, skills, identify your skills, unveil the potential, the passion that you have, pick a mentor, a guide, the path becomes easier, and take the people along. When you reach there, you look back, as ma'am said, you have people to share your happiness with. On that note, I think a big, big, once again, round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
I must say that was a well-rounded panel discussion. Thank you for introducing us to various perspectives. We now request the panelists to stay on the stage while we present them the mementos. I'd like to invite Ms. Aarti Mandania and to do the honors. Could we please request the panelists to stay on the stage, please, for a group photo?
Yes. Thank you, Umema. Children, today you met people from various walks of life, and you've heard about their world of work. I'm inspired, and I know you must be too. The day is not far where 1 of you, 2 of you, 9 of you, 90 of you could be sitting here and talking and inspiring others. Do you agree? Do you agree? Thank you. All the very best from all of us here.
Thank you all. Now let's move on to our next segment. We have a peculiar yet popular word for you. Have you come across the word gig at any point in your life? Does anybody know what gig means? G-I-G, gig. Can you raise your hand if you know what it means? It's for staff, for students, anyone. Yes. Part-time job. Okay. Anyone else? If you know the meanings, that's fine too. So it's somebody said part-time job. Another anything else? Another word for gig? Internship. Interesting. Okay. Historically, a gig was a light two-wheel carriage pulled by one horse. Did you hear that? Historically, a gig was a light two-wheel carriage pulled by one horse, and today it is the word used to refer to a job that is temporary or that has an uncertain future. So you're right. It's a temporary job or something which is not permanent. So today, gig means differently versus how it was previously known as, right? For in-depth look at the current gig economy, we would like to invite Miss Mala Mary Martina, CEO, I Love Mondays, also known as M Cube, the serial entrepreneur. Can you put your hands together for Miss Mala?
Should I come? Should I go? Come? Thank you. Okay, awesome. Hello? Can you hear me? Loud and clear. I can't hear myself. Okay, now you can. All right. Hello, everyone. The first two sessions were amazing. Welcome to the most boring 25 minutes of your life. Yeah? Sorry, you got to put up with me. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Everybody, please raise your right hand. Keep it like this. Yeah. It has to reach out to the person sitting next to you. Okay? And what you're going to do with your left hand, pick up the index finger, okay, and place it on the palm, the center of the person next to you. So like this. Come on. Like this. Yeah, that's right. Like this. Oh my God, that's so complicated. Like this. Please do not use this opportunity to strangle your neighbors. I can see some attempts. All right, everybody ready? Okay? All right, everyone ready? Are you with me? Okay, like this. All right, now, when I say the magic word mango, what you need to do is you need to catch hold of that index finger that is placed on your palm. Very simple. Mango. What will you do? Did you understand what I said? I mean, I don't know Telugu, so I'm kind of struggling with it, but yeah. Okay, let me repeat the instructions. Everybody, right hand. Place it next to your neighbor. Take your left hand index finger and place it on the center of their palm. That is right. Okay? What's the magic word? Mango. All right. Now, for those of you who do not have anybody to your right, you have one less task. For those of you who do not have anybody to your left, you have one less task. Okay? All right, let's get started, okay? All right? Once upon a time, there was a monkey sitting on top of a tree, okay? The monkey was a little bored, so the monkey was looking around, and then through the leaves, the monkey saw a yellow man. He had jaundice, okay? He was tired, he was hungry, like all of you want to eat KFC, okay? So he was hungry and he was looking around, and there he saw a tree. And on that tree was something that was dangling, which was yellow in color, and that was a magazine. Okay? So he goes close to it, he pulls down the magazine, and he is flipping through the pages. Remember, he's hungry, okay? And suddenly, there he sees this tasty Mongolian chicken. So he's very frustrated. He closes the magazine and he sees the name of the magazine was Mango. The name of the magazine was Mango. All right, how many of you caught your neighbor's finger? How many of you were thinking about KFC and Mango? All right, great. Okay, please give yourselves a big round of applause. Amazing. All right, now some of you may have caught that opportunity, right? And some of you may have let go of it because you weren't paying attention or whatever, right? Today, we're going to talk about an opportunity that all of you can leverage. All right? Why don't you all sit down? I mean, if you want to go out, you can, but to those of you who are here, sit down, and then we'll start. I need 20 minutes, okay? You can bear with me for 20, right? 20 minutes. How many of you in grade 7 here? Grade 7? Grade 8? Grade 9? Oh, wow. Grade 10? Oh, they're all busy studying. Okay, grade 11? And 12? Okay, how many of you are children at heart? All right, great. Okay, super. So let's get started. Oh. It is not working. I think you'll have to move away. Hold on.
You can change.
Sorry?
This is
No, it worked some time back. Yeah. Okay, all right, so let's get it rolling. How many of you, what is this by the way? A basket of eggs, right? How many of you have heard of this saying, don't put all your eggs in one basket? Yeah, because if you kind of lose the basket or the eggs break, like everything is gone, right? Okay, where is this commonly used? When it comes to, I think Ratna ma'am spoke about money and wealth creation and all of that. Okay, so it's usually used in the context of making money. But are we talking about making money here? I mean, we could talk about it, but that's not what we're talking about, all right? So what we're talking about is, can I get the laptop here by any chance? I'll just move it. I'll just keep it here. It will not come. Sorry about this, people. Yeah. Okay. So what are we talking about today, right? So do not put all your eggs in one basket. Now, everything that you have grown up listening to, right? Pick that one. How many of you have decided what career you want to choose? Already decided. Smarties. Okay, very good. How many of you are like, career talk? Man, what is this? I just want to enjoy my life. Some honest people here. Okay, very good. All right. So just like we don't put all our eggs in one basket, this is especially relevant for all of you young people here. You do not spend all your life picking up only one skill or focusing on only one subject. Okay? You don't spend your entire life and that one skill on one job. All right? And most importantly, you don't spend your time and effort on one job. What does that mean? How many of your parents have one job or one business? Any of your parents have like 5 jobs, 10 jobs? Some of you have. Okay, great. Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to talk about this concept that is relevant to all of you. Have any of you been told you're a jack of all trades? Like good at many things, many interests. You want to dance, you want to game, you want to play a sport, you want to code, you want to write. Yeah? This is especially for all of you who have multiple interests, okay? And you're not like able to make that choice on what is the one thing that I can do. All right, so what is the gig economy? Any musicians here? Singer, instruments, musicians? Okay, so the concept of the gig economy came from the music industry. Ravi, my friend, is very happy because he's very passionate about music, all right? So what would happen is these cafes and events would hire, let's say, the Silver Oaks music band. And they'd give them a gig and be like, hey, come to our cafe and why don't you all perform? So they come, they perform, they actually do a good job. So after 2 months, we call them again, right? So you come, do a short job, and then you go away. It's called a gig. Yeah, that's what the word gig economy is about. What does that mean to all of you here? Okay, this is very important, even if you don't listen to the rest of what I'm saying. None of you here, sitting here, will have only one job. You will have at least 5 different jobs. Now, some of you are like, my God, one job only I don't want to do. This woman is like 5 jobs I have to do. Okay? All right. So let's change that a little. Okay? I'm going to change your attitude towards how you're going to be living your life. All right. Anybody, can you tell me the difference between gigging and freelancing? If you've heard of it, you've heard your parents talk about it. Anyone? Freelancing means work for free. What is freelancing? Any idea? Like whenever you're free, you work. But I'm always busy. Any clue? Thank you for being so enthusiastic today. It's absolutely motivating me. Yeah. Self-employment, kind of right. Okay. So the primary difference between don't worry, I won't bore you to death. She's already like, my God, what is this heavy words in this presentation? Okay. The primary difference between freelancing and gigging. I'll give you with an example. Anybody here writes? We had an author, no, on the panel previously. Anyone writes? Not writing love letters and throwing it to that girlfriend in your class, like actual legit writing. Okay, so there are some people who write, right? Okay, imagine, what is your name, the one who raised your hand there, writer? Prerna. Okay, so Prerna has this one skill, okay, which is writing. So what does Prerna do? She's like, I want to be a freelancer. I don't want to be tied down anywhere. So I'm going to write for a magazine. I'm going to write for a newspaper. I'm going to have my own blog. And once a year, I will write a book and I will release it. I will also write content for Instagram. Wow. 5 different things with just one skill. Interesting, Prerna? Yeah? Okay. Does that make her a gigger? That makes her a freelancer. So who is a gigger? Somebody who plays in a band? No. Okay. Now, let's take Prerna, who is a writer. Okay. Anybody into a sport? Football. Okay. What's your name? Faizan. Prerna, Faizan. What is Faizan into? Football. Wow. You all should come here and do the talking. Everyone's listening. Okay. Anybody into baking? Okay. What's your name, girl? Red jacket. Or whoever raised your hand. Yes. Old people have hearing problems. Please speak louder. Shy. I'll call you Shy. Shy, Faizan, and Prerna. Okay. What's Prerna into? Faizan and Shy? Baking. Okay. Now imagine that Ravi, my dear friend here, has all these 3 skills. Super talented. Okay. He can write, bake, and play football. So what Ravi decides is, I'm going to pursue all my interests. And I'm going to make money with all of it. Does that sound interesting? Does that sound possible? Okay, let me back up everything that I'm saying with very, very quick facts, okay? 10 minutes and then we'll be done. You can go eat your KFC chicken. Yeah, oops. Okay. All right, anybody knows what LinkedIn is? I know you're the Instagram generation, but by any chance, did you overhear anyone say LinkedIn? Yeah, what is it? A place where old people hang out. A place where people look for jobs and internships and all of that, right? Okay. Initially, like about 10 years ago, up to about 10 years ago, you would actually see a LinkedIn profile like this and only one title, one job to describe the person. Okay. Now, today, these are legit profiles, by the way. Today, you see the same profile, but they have multiple jobs. You should actually do this as an experiment. Go connect with people on like LinkedIn, like not in a creepy way, but just go connect with people and see that they actually have multiple things that they do to describe all the skills that they have. All right. So in Ravi's case, he is a writer, he is a football player, and he is a baker. Okay. Now, actually, I'm going to skip all of this. All right. I'm going to talk about 2 people. Actually, let me talk about this person. Yeah. All right. This is a grade 11 student. I had the opportunity of working with her. Grade 11 students. Okay, I worked with her for about a year and a half or so. All right. Now, can students be giggers? I mean, you're still a student. What can you possibly do? You're even minors. But can you do something? But who will give you money, man? Besides your parents, with their abundant love for you, they'll give you pocket money. Who else will give? Internship they'll give off. Yes, correct. No, they will. You're absolutely right. But any other ways of ethically making money? Stocks, very good. Like you, I'm asking about you. Yes, any YouTube influencers who are making money here? Very good. What is your name? Tejas is going to take us out all for a treat after this. Please make a note of it. No, I'm just kidding. Not yet. See how he changed the story so quickly the minute I said treat? Okay, no, I'm just kidding, man. But Tejas is really good. I'm glad you're attempting something. All right. So this is Aditi. She's a very, very dear friend. Now she's grown on to be a dear friend. She's a student. She makes money as a voiceover artist. In the last 6 months, she made about 65,000 rupees just with us. All right? And because I want you to believe what I'm saying, I'm also going to show you a picture of how she won the national level motor racing championship this year. Okay? That's pretty cool. Okay, now, just one heads up. All right? How many of you believe that your life is actually kind of difficult and adults just don't seem to get it? They're always like, when I was small, I did this. When I was small, I didn't have opportunity and all of that. Yeah? Now, I totally feel you, okay? I understand that you have your own challenges. Life is not easy. You have your own distractions. But the reason I'm sharing this story is not for you to feel that you're less worthy. I'm sharing the story of a teenager like you who's 450 kilometers away in Bangalore to tell you that you can also start small. Okay, because that's exactly what Aditi did, right? We had 2 MCs today, right? You all remember do you know the names of the 2 MCs? Those really confident girls who are MCing. Now that's a great start to start exploring your skills, right? And you could start monetizing that through internships if you choose to. Okay? All right. So we're going to end this with one point, which is how do you as students become giggers? Any idea? I just have 3 points. How can you become a gigger? I can already see this side is like, ma'am, I just want to eat. That is all I care about in my life. I totally feel you. Okay, any clues? How can you start gigging as a student? Internships is one, very good, thank you much. And? Sorry? What else? I can't hear you, I said old people problems. Yeah. Internships. By becoming an influencer, creator. By volunteer means muft, no? Then? Part-time jobs, which your parents will be very happy to do because so much time you spend at home studying, no? Work from home. Then your parents will be like, Mane kelsa. I mean, I know Kannada, I don't know Telugu, but yeah. Coding, very good. What are you going to build, man? Very good. How many games and apps have you built right now, have you? Millionaire. Okay, now that is really cool. That is like awesome sauce, right? Okay, so here's what I want you to do. 3 takeaways from this session. Number 1, I would like for you to build a, oh my goodness. Yeah, skill and money matrix, okay? What does that mean? Make a list of all the skills that you have that people are willing to pay you for, okay? I don't have that. Yeah, can you see that illustration there? A 14-year-old made that illustration of me. And she made money out of it. And I put it up on Instagram. And there were so many of my friends who wanted her to do more illustrations like that. Okay? So make a list of skills that you have. It could be writing. It could be photography. It could be emceeing like those 2 lovely girls did it today. So just make a list of all the skills and how much money you could possibly make. That's number 1. Okay? Number 2 is, yeah, Money time reprogramming. I know it's very, very early for you to think about it, but there's nothing that you're going to lose knowing this concept. Usually we look at money as a salary, right? Your parents get a salary, or if they run a business, they get like revenue in the company. The concept of salary will no longer exist, which means you will not be paid. Okay? Now, that's not what I'm saying. You will not be getting money on a monthly basis, but you'll have to start planning for money that you will make every 3 months, every 6 months, every 1 year. Okay? And you will also not be occupied from like 9 to 6 doing the same job. You'll probably work on Mondays from 9 to 11, on Saturdays from 5 to 7. So you have to get used to working for different number of hours and getting different pays. That's the second one. The last one, can anyone guess? I mean, besides internship, which you all have been talking about. The last one is networking. Okay? Please, somebody tell me what networking is. Connecting with new people. Very good. So I have a question. How many of you made friends from Premia Academy with children from Silver Oaks and Melua over yesterday and today? Where is HPS? Ajo, so sad. Okay, I'm so sorry, man. Like, you all network so much that they were like, we are not coming. I'm just kidding. Okay, yeah, how many of you made friends? Like, in the break, what will you do? Totally ignore that school and mind your own business. You socialize for the right reasons. Boys, you know what I mean? Yeah? Okay, so you socialize for the right reasons. Find out, like, you know, what's your name? Shashank is into coding and he builds games. Come on, Shashank, stand up, man. Okay, take a chill pill. Take a chill pill. In the future. That's okay, man. That's still awesome sauce. All right? Sit down, sit down. Okay. Anybody here is good at marketing or business strategy? Yeah. Please catch hold of this boy. Okay, in the break, and figure out if you can actually run a business together. Yeah, so that's the task that I'm going to give all of you to do, okay? In the break. I mean, after you eat and use the loo and all of that stuff. All right? Okay, so let's wrap it up. Key points. Put all your eggs in one basket. No. Okay? Be prepared for 9 to 5 jobs and only one job all your life. Okay? Be prepared to be the most unethical person in the world and con as many people as possible and make money. Absolutely not. Okay? So the 3 keys to being a giga is what? Know your skills and how you can make money with it. Number 2, you can sell ragi mudde. Anybody interested in that business model, please connect with Tejas. Yes? What's this? I forgot the second point. Can someone tell me? Oh, yes, money and time. Oh my goodness. Yeah, old people problems, one more. Okay, money and time, right? You have to reprogram the way you look at money and time. You're not going to be getting salaries anymore. You won't be working like one job, 9 to 5. It'll be different. And the third one, networking. Okay? So how many of you here are on Instagram? Please do not connect with me. Okay? How many of you are on LinkedIn? Yeah, my name is Mala Mary Martina. I'd love to be connected with you. We always offer internships for children. So I'm going to look forward to connecting with you all. What's the one thing you need to do today? Network with your best friend. Don't go out of your comfort zone. Make new friends, like proper social distancing friendship. Okay? All right, thank you so much, everybody. Have a good time. Bye-bye. How much time did I finish?
No, I think you did good. You need a couple more minutes. Wasn't that amazing? Yes? Can we have another round of applause for M Cube? I would like to invite Ms. Trupti Rao, Principal, the Premia Academy, to present the memento.
Now we would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. Shanta Totem, to enlighten us on attitudes and skills for the world of work. Our chief guest, Dr. Shanta Totem, is the Chief Innovation Officer at the Telangana State Innovation Cell. She has earned her PhD in electrical engineering from the US. Along with her team at TSIC, she continues to foster the entrepreneurial culture across 33 districts in Telangana. We welcome you, ma'am. A big round of applause for Dr. Shanta.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing? All well? This is good. This is good. I really always like to interact with students. You are the face of India and you're the future of the India, right? Yes? No? Getting close to lunch? Hungry? Yes. Sorry, I was supposed to meet you guys yesterday, but I could not. We did a fabulous event yesterday for children with special needs, but today I'm here. Wanted to kind of say a quick hello to all of you guys. I'm so happy to meet all of you guys here. I know I was told that you are getting a lot of exposure on your what to do. Did you guys think about what is your calling in your life? Did you guys figure it out? What do you want to do? I hear a lot of yeses. That is really, really, really good. So this generation, you are really blessed to be surrounded with so many resources, so many right opportunities. You guys agree with me? So I graduated long time ago. Can I see all of you guys settling down, please? This is a little quieter, further. Can you cut down all the side chats? I'll take only 5 minutes of your time, okay? So when I graduated in 2000, we had very less opportunities, even to find a job, to work in India. But now, if you see, you can become a job provider by yourself. You can provide, you can start up your own business. You can employ your friends and your own family members and your other people and provide job opportunities. This is 20 years later, we are seeing this magic happening right in front of our eyes in Hyderabad and in Telangana and across the 33 districts of Telangana. How many of you guys are aware of this? The startup ecosystem. Yes, I see a few hands raising. So how many of you guys wanted to become entrepreneurs? You know what it takes to become entrepreneurs? A lot of courage, right? Pavan is an entrepreneur, successful entrepreneur. But did you ask him what it took for him to get there? A lot of courage. Because when I say you are the job providers, a lot of responsibility is on you to grow your business and at the same time, take care of your employees. Every month you have to pay them salaries, right? But again, there is a lot of kick in it, in the sense you are empowered to do something, the best thing that people are looking forward to kind of take, the products and services that you are developing. Pawan chose his path to kind of serve the student community and the student community, which is like aspiring to become entrepreneurs, the future business persons, right? So that's a great deal. Even you have to figure out like what exactly you wanted to do in your life. That is called calling. What makes you to jump out your bed and go to work, right? I'm sure like right now you are in school and like you have to go to school and take care of your academia and everything. But at the same time, after you go to college, after you finish your degree, and you can go for advanced, education, but at the same time, you might feel like, let me work in the industry, right? What industry do you want to work? You have to kind of think through from right now, what makes you happy? What is that particular stream where you wanted to work? It could be social development. It could be like high-tech emerging technologies. You wanted to kind of create products and services. It could be like, politics. It could be like anything. There are so many opportunities available. And thank God we don't need a visa to work, right? When I went to US, I have to kind of depend on my H-1 visa to work in United States. But right now, I don't need a visa. For the past 6 years, I did not think about any visa conditions or anything because I'm in my own country. I lived in US for 15 years. I got my master's, PhD in electrical engineering. I worked in US. But it was like monotonous way, like, you're doing one thing after another, one thing after another. But like at one point I thought like, what is that you're calling? Where are you happy? What do you want to do? That's when I ended up working in an entrepreneurship institute. I learned a lot about startups, technology transfer, commercialization, how to kickstart businesses, how to help them scale up. The uniqueness, the beauty of that job is every day I used to jump out of my bed and say like, let me go to work. I used to toil 20 hours a day, but with there is no restlessness or stress in my life because I was loving my job, helping startups scale up, entrepreneurs scale up, making their dream, a reality. So it was really a good time for me. 5 years, I was at one point, like parallelly, I was working on my PhD dissertation and working in this entrepreneurship institute. That's when I found my calling, saying like, this is where I belong to. This is where I want to kind of try my hands on. But there is like, other side of it is like, I won't be making a lot of money, which is a good thing. I said like, that's a good trade-off to have because I'm happy. I'm content with my life. And that's when I entered into this entrepreneurial world. 2016, I took a role with T-Hub. I wanted to work for the vision of our Honorable Minister KTR Garu. He set a very beautiful vision for Telangana to put the state of Telangana on the world map and say Hyderabad is a startup destination of the world. It's a very brave and beautiful vision to have, right? To put Telangana on the world map, we are the youngest state of India, and everybody thought like after bifurcation, what Telangana would do. So like, yes, we will definitely like put Telangana on the world map and say, make Hyderabad as the startup destination of the world. 8 years ago, he kind of dreamt that vision for us, and it became a reality now. Why I'm saying that? We have a very beautiful ecosystem. 8 years, in 8 years, we have created a very beautiful startup ecosystem in Telangana. T-Hub, how many of you guys know T-Hub? Very nice, very nice. What happens at T-Hub? Yes, tech startups. We help tech startups grow up, right? Pawan was one of the first startups like who was incubated at T-Hub. Started in 2015, we completed 7 years already with track record of startups getting scaled up, startups acquiring funds, getting raising funds, getting acquired, a lot of buzz happening. And we have world's largest innovation campus. Where do we have? Hyderabad. World's largest innovation campus. Our two tall leaders, IT Minister KTR Garu and Principal Secretary Jayesh Ranjan sir thought about it. And we have a very beautiful campus, innovation campus, which has T-Hub, India's largest incubation center, and also T-Works, India's prototyping center. I'm sure most of you guys might be tinkering around, creating stuff with sensors, PCB boards and yada, 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 right? So we have a prototyping center also called T-Works.
anyone who wanted to kind of walk in with an idea, wanted to create something, wanted to 3D print something, wanted to kind of do some laser job or wanted to do some PCB job, anything. You can just walk in and walk in with a product. That too, an industry grade product under the able assistance of engineers. This happens as T-Works. It's right next to T-Hub. It's in the same campus. And we have a very beautiful facility coming up called Image. It's another incubation center explicitly for gaming, animation, AR, VR, VFX startups. Do you guys know, like, we did a lot of graphics and, like, animation work for a lot of startups, cinemas, right? All these things are happening in Hyderabad, right? A lot of buzz. That is like, so if you look into the ecosystem, when T-Hub was formed, it was catering to tech-based startups. But do you guys know, just like you are sitting here in a tier 1 city, we have students like you in tier 2 cities in Warangal, Karimnagar, tier 3 cities, Asifabad. They're also innovating. They're also aspiring to become entrepreneurs like you. You guys know that? Yes. There are a lot of innovators across the state who are innovating constantly, who are looking at a problem statement and kind of coming up with a solution. But who is helping them? Our minister said, yes, we can help them. Our minister, KTR Garu, always says, we are very much like, we are like privileged to be surrounded with good number of resources in tier 1 cities like Hyderabad. But when it comes to tier 2 cities, the youth over there has a lot of fire in their belly, a lot of passion. They are constantly innovating. But who has to help them? Someone has to help them to go to the next level, right? So that's when Telangana State Innovation Cell was formed. Telangana State Innovation Cell, a nodal agency that takes care of building and nurturing the culture of innovation across the state. A nodal agency, a state nodal agency. In fact, Telangana is only the state that has an innovation cell. And Telangana is only the state that created a role called Chief Innovation Officer of the state. In fact, I'm the 3rd Chief Innovation Officer, okay? And a woman Chief Innovation Officer too. Right? So we have done so many first of its kind of activities, like, initiating, innovation and startup related activities. How many of you guys know that Telangana is the state that led a women incubation center? I see some hands. Yes. V-Hub, women entrepreneurs. T-Hub. Oh, that's good. That's good. So I see someone, it's a book or what is that? Oh, very nice. So she's, what's your name? Srinidhi. Srinidhi is doing a course with V-Hub, in fact. So an aspiring entrepreneur, I'm sure you're getting a lot of support over there. See, so women entrepreneur, like a student women entrepreneur, she is aspiring to become an entrepreneur and she went to V-Hub and she's getting support over there. That is the beauty of the ecosystem that we have created in the last 8 years. When it comes to V-Hub, as I said, T-Hub is focusing on technology-based startups predominantly. But when it comes to V-Hub, a woman can be, starting a tech-based or non-tech-based startup. So then they'll get good number of, good amount of support, including hand-holding, incubation, how would they take their, their products and services into the market. So we have another initiative called Research Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. A lot of research is happening on campus. We have premier institutes, academic institutes in Telangana. But what is happening to that research? Can we take that research into the market? Right? So we bring together the industry, government, startups, all of these stakeholders, and we are working a lot with the academic institutes on promoting innovation and all the research which is happening on campuses. That's taken care by RICH, R-I-C-H, Research Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. We have task. You guys wanted to explore, like, what are the opportunities for you to kind of settle in your life, right? Wanted to kind of figure out your own calling. But at the same time, the industry is also coming up with some standards, some new technologies. They're kind of looking towards you to see, like, you become subject matter experts and work for them, right?
but we have no clue what industry is looking for. If you just go and apply, probably you're not fit or you're fit. So, task, Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge, another initiative of Government of Telangana, is going to industry and checking with industry on what are the skill sets you are looking in your future employees. What is that extra thing we could do to prepare our own students. We wanted to retain the talent in Telangana, right? So task is another initiative of Telangana, government of Telangana. They will go to the industry and will assess what is that the skill set required from the talent force, the yet to be hired talent force, and will bring the industry folks to train the faculty members in the colleges and schools and give the opportunity for the students to acquire the skill set and be ready and get into the market ready. How many states are doing that? Not a lot, right? But Telangana has been doing phenomenally well for past couple of years. So we, Task works with IBMs, Cognizant, all the companies, Infosys, all of them, right? So even I will talk a little less about this emerging technologies wing of Government of Telangana, what we have a salient feature in our innovation policy. If you are a Telangana-based startup and wanted to cater to Government of Telangana as your customer, you want to acquire Government of Telangana as your customer. Again, I'm hearing a lot of side chat. Guys, stay focused. So Government of Telangana can become a startup's customer, and we will lower down all the procurement guidelines. Telangana has done this, and we are working with 40 plus startups. 40 plus startups, products and services are catered to the normal citizens through Government of Telangana. So Government of Telangana is taking the products and services and catering to the citizens. These startups are solving citizen problems, and government is saying, I will procure your product and service. Not many states are doing that. Telangana, being a forward-thinking state, is doing that. 40 plus startups are already working, and it's taken care by emerging technologies wing of Government of Telangana. So all these things, if you see, we identify a void, a problem, and how would we fix that? Government of Telangana is doing that under the able leadership of two tall leaders, as I said, KTR sir and Jayesh Ranjan sir. So phenomenal initiatives have come together. Having said that, the success or the best practices, we don't keep it to ourselves. We advise a lot of states, other countries also. We see a lot of delegations coming to us and wanted to understand what is working, what are the best practices. You have put together this stupendous startup ecosystem. What is working for you? What is not working for you? Can we learn from you guys? Yes, we keep it like we open our arms and say, please come down to us, meet us. We'll kind of explain you guys what is happening. What worked for us, what did not work for us. We share the best practices. We are the bellwethers in this space. We are the top performers when it comes to the the 29 states and the 7 union territories. If we look into that, Telangana is one of the top performers. The kind of activities what we are doing, the kind of the hand holding we are doing for the other ecosystems also to help them build their own startup ecosystem in their own settings. So in fact, we had a delegation from MP visiting us. We are already advising Odisha, Goa and other states. So a lot of good things are happening in Telangana. What I want to emphasize here is you guys are looking for career opportunities. I'm sure you will be graduating very soon in a couple of years. Things will change a lot, and even our ecosystem will become a rockstar ecosystem, just like Silicon Valley, for sure. Right? With all of us. People like me who has passion, wanted to serve Telangana, are kind of giving back to Telangana. We are empowered to do our job. We have, it's a proud moment to say that although we have two tall leaders who are kind of setting the vision, we are the people on the ground making that vision reality, and we are given full power to do that. So a government body, public body, getting private people like me and empowering them to do the job. How many states are doing that? Not many, right? So you have a lot of opportunities to work in Telangana. We wanted to retain the talent force here itself.
You become entrepreneurs, create jobs, and employ people. You work for government. You become politicians, good leaders. You set up industries. You could do a lot. I'll tell you a story of, by the way, Telangana State Innovation Cell, as I said, we work with innovators across the state. We work with a lot of rural innovators, social innovators, like who are creating impact in their own settings. They kind of identify problems in their own settings, in their own villages, and they solve those problems. Technical solutions. So I'll tell a beautiful story of one of our innovators. Her name is Shrija. She's from Chintalakunta village, Gadwal district. Gadwal district, tier 2, tier 3 city probably, right? She was playing in the ground just like you, 7th grade student. She was just playing. I'm sure most of you guys go to ground and do some PT activities and stuff, right? Did you guys see a piece of plastic on ground? She did see that too. What did she do? She found a piece of plastic bags just sitting on the ground. She figured out it is left from a planting of a sapling. Someone planted a sapling and left the piece of plastic bag over there. She found like that's a terrible problem to have. We are all thinking about not using plastic, but all this plastic and all the saplings like in nurseries are grown in this black polythene cover, right? So she went home and she did talk to her teacher, and she went home. She started, creating pots using biodegradable, waste material. Groundnut pod. Groundnut pod. She took groundnut pod, she grinded it at home. She added some binding factors, whatever she thought, to put together these pots. With her own set of hands, she created these pots. She dried them and she kind of started growing some saplings. It worked beautifully. You don't need a piece of plastic to grow saplings. And then she started scaling up. She reached out to Telangana State Innovation Cell, and we said, this is beautiful. Again, you need to scale up. You cannot just use hands and create stuff, right? We have technology that we have to leverage. So as I said, prototyping center, what is the prototyping center? T-Works. So we connected Shrija to T-Works. Both her teacher and Shrija worked with T-Works, and they created a phenomenal molding machine. GE Appliance gave almost 5 lakhs worth of grinders, mixers, and all these things. So now she has set up a cottage industry in her village. Her mother and aunt, she's going to school, by the way. She finished her 10th, I guess, in fact. So we don't want her to drop out from the school for sure. Although it's her idea, it's her baby, but her mother and aunt are taking care of this cottage industry, and they are giving employment opportunity to other women in the village. They are manufacturing these biodegradable pots made out of wastage called groundnut pot. And that husk will go usually like they burn and like it gets into the environment. Rather, she's taking grinding and adding binding factors and creating these pots. The beauty is like you just grow the sampling and just plant it as is. And the groundnut pot, the pot will add nutrients to the growth of the sapling. So it's a beautiful thought. But she converted that. She looked at that problem statement, identified that problem statement, and created a solution out of it. She's an entrepreneur. She's continuously thinking. She's innovating. She's not saying like, I innovated something and this is done for me. She's continuously innovating. She even worked on a hapstick-based watch. I know, in fact, during COVID, like we all followed that 6 foot distance, right? So she worked on this watch, which kind of gives feedback like when you get close 5 feet or like 4 feet to a person. So it just zaps your hand, saying like you're getting close to that person. So innovators like continuously innovates. They come up with different thoughts. They identify problem statements. The one thought I want to tell you guys is identify the problem statement. That is the key for your success. You have to identify, and being Bharat, like 60+% of Indians live in rural settings. We are in India, but like we have Bharat, bigger Bharat, where we have a lot of grassroots level challenges. So identifying those challenges, creating solutions for them, getting them into the market. WhatsApp survived because of India, right? What do you guys think? A couple days ago, it stalled for like 2 hours and like everyone was like quiet. All the businesses stopped. All the even my team was like kind of like vanished in the thin air saying like WhatsApp stopped and we don't get to see messages from Shanta. Right? So WhatsApp, it survived because we know how to embrace technologies. Indians, we have 1.4 billion population, we have bigger market. We see a lot of startups coming from other countries to expand in India because we have 1.4 billion market. Users, definitely. Even if you take like 10%, that's a big number of, users, customers for them, right? Almost like 8 startups from Japan, we were helping through TSIC, the nodal agency, that 8 startups from Japan is looking at India as a market. And the best part is they want to enter India through Hyderabad, through us, government of Telangana. That is the beauty. That is the story. That is the journey that we took in the last 8 years. It's not just talking, but it's walking the talking. All of us, like it's 6 years I've been in part of this ecosystem. I have seen like how the startup ecosystem started and how we kind of took it to this level, right? A lot of opportunities for you. It's just you have to open up your eyes and ears and see what you wanted to do. Identify your calling and work towards your vision and make it a reality. So although I lived in US for 15 years, it's been 6 years, I'm back and super happy here because I'm loving my job. I'm working for government of Telangana. I'm like serving, the state, and it gives me immense pleasure. That is what you have to identify. Every day you should feel like yesterday I could not be here, but today I did not make this exemption saying like today is weekend, yeah, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay in the, couch. But I said like, no, I want to kind of meet you guys, talk to you guys and say what we have created for you, for your future. Next 20 years is for India. Next 20 years is for India. So there's a comical thing, a very hilarious one floating around, a meme kind of thing. I'm sure most of you guys might have seen that parents set our career goals, right? Indian parents do set our career goals. Now it's not, the goal is not for you become the CEOs and CFOs of the world. Now you have to become the PMs, right? Presidents of the world. That is a new goal that we have for us. So having said that, time up. I got the time up card already. I can talk in volumes for sure, but please, take all the opportunities that are at your hand length and leverage all those opportunities. We are creating beautiful ecosystem for you guys. Use it. Become the next set of leaders, good technology based startups serving the globe. Not just limit yourself to only like your customers are are in India, but think about how you can scale your startups or your businesses. Whatever you want to do a world class job. Whatever it is, find your calling and do a world class job. That is the key. That is the mantra for a happy life. Okay. Even if I always keep telling myself, if I have to clean a table or something, I put my energy into that. That give that shot. That do a world class job. Carve a niche for yourself, right? Srini, that girl, she, at this age, she went to VHub and she started creating her own, personality, the persona, and she's becoming, an entrepreneur very soon. I wish you all the best, by the way, right? Thank you so much. Pawan is a champion here. We know him for all these years, always running behind things and getting things done, the community together. This is beautiful. And I wish you all the best, Pawan, again. Always I'm his champion too. But congratulations, and sure you get to the next level and to the greater heights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And you've done a wonderful job explaining the startup ecosystem to all the students and all of the faculty and mentors, of course. I would like you to stay back, ma'am. We would like to honor you. I would love to invite the entire founding team of the Premia Academy and Metamorphosis onto stage to honor Dr. Shanta Thotham. A round of applause, please. Thank you all. Now moving into the next panel discussion. What is that sound? They're hungry.
Lunch was supposed to be at
12:45.
It's now
Yeah.
12:45.
Okay, since you made that sound and I felt bad, I mean, we all did. Can I see a smile, please? Can I see all teeth like I should be blinded right now? Thank you so much. Okay, I like that. Okay, now we'll break for lunch, but no one moves. You're on statue right now, okay? We're playing statue. We'll break for lunch, but we'll cut a deal, all right? Do you all have watches? Can I take a look? I have mine. Can I see everyone who has a watch? Hold it up. In 30 minutes, we'll wrap up lunch and come back. Yes? Yes.
Guys, we have panelists here who are waiting to speak with y'all. So let's not keep them waiting. I understand y'all are hungry. Please come back in 30 minutes. Pawan, with your permission, can I let them go eat, please? You want to do a poll?
Okay, since the panelists are here, okay, and also I'll just give a quick context. We have replica of Rana Daggubati also here, Mr. Rahat Achanta, and we have Yashasvi Malkan Rakesh sir. They have, I mean, since the the entire event has been delayed since the beginning, they have come on time. 25 minutes. The panel discussion is going to be hilarious for sure. Even though it's about politics, even though it's about policy making, the moderator has made sure that it is very much kid friendly, something that we all will be related to. Can we do 25 minutes of panel discussion? Or are we okay? But this is going to be hilarious. See, I'm if at all the panel is kind of running dry, then I'll give him the signage saying that, to cut down on few of the pointers. But 25 minutes, let us just, kind of listen to them so that we all can have lunch together. Even I wanted to have lunch with them along with the panelists. We'll have some good networking sessions. But I promise that panel is going to be pretty much hilarious. Let's all give it up for the panelists, guys. Come on. Thank you. That's the spirit.
Just have a small bit. I'll just say this and then you can. Yeah. Just stay. Stay. All right. Thank you so much for that response. Now, politics is quite the gray area, and when it comes to the younger generation, that's you. The confusion and complication goes deeper, don't you think? Does it? Do you think it's complicated and confusing? The young ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It's all because you're either afraid to ask questions or you don't have the right people to answer those questions. So now I'll hand over to Ms. Amara Habib to introduce the panelists.
May I please request on stage Mr. Rakesh Dubudu. He is the founder of Factly, co-founder and director of Abhyas EduCorp Abhyas. He is the proud recipient of the CNN IBN Citizen Journalist Award and the SM Bhasa Memorial Award for Outstanding Social Activation. Mr. Dubudu is a TEDx speaker and an RTI campaigner. I would also like to call on stage Mr. Yasasvi Malka. He's an edupreneur. He's an edupreneur, environmentalist, and a startup enthusiast. He's the Chief Operating Officer at Delhi Public School Nacharam and the founder of CEO of Born Bright. Having impacted over 40,000 kids, Mr. Malka has worked in Nadargul, Mahendra Hills, and RGIA and the Pallavi Group. I would also like to call on stage Mr. Rahat Achanta, founder of Cred Foods, which is a fruit and vegetable supplier company that supplies fresh produce to all the retailers and e-com across Hyderabad and Bangalore. It is one of India's first fresh produce companies operating under the brand Fruitaholic and Gen V. Over to you, Rahat.
Hello, everyone. Okay, before we kickstart, I would want the students, any of them, okay, what is the most popular political chant you've heard? A political chant? One popular political chant. Yeah, Pawan has a chant, slogan. What is it? Okay. Someone said bye bye Babu. All right, you said? Yeah, please. All right. Anyway, guys, I'll take this luxury of saying that the discussion would not be for 25 minutes. The discussion will cut it down to about 20 minutes. Is that fine? Amazing. Firstly, I'd like to say two things, okay? So, contrast to the popular opinion, there are two topics in schools which are normally treated with a lot of caution, okay? So, there are a lot of giggles, a lot of apprehension when these two topics are normally said. The first topic is sex education, the second is politics. So, people refrain talking about, these two topics a lot, okay? I can see already giggles around. So that is exactly what I'm saying. So we are here to somehow, answer those, taboos or, questions which normally schools or classrooms or teachers would, feel a little shy talking about. Okay. We have two dignitaries over here. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the dignitaries for joining us. We'll keep the discussion very, very, spick and span, okay, very specific and very specific questions to both of you guys. Let's start off with addressing the elephant in the room. All the students over here, okay, all the students over here have discussed politics at some or the other point in their lives, okay? But over here, I want you guys to tell about what is the difference between just discussion and having an active participation in politics. So I would route that question to both of you actually. You could start off with what is the difference between students just discussing politics and active political participation? So how that can happen and what is the scenario? Over to you, Rakesh.
Thanks for setting the context. Can you all hear me? I think the biggest problem that people have, it's also, I wouldn't say class issue, but the issue is very different in rural and urban. The issue is very different in let's say schools where kids from the upper middle class and rich study, and whereas kids from the poorer background study. But there is a larger problem, uniform problem across. One is confining politics to electioneering. I think one of the biggest problems is whenever kids in this room discuss politics, or teachers, or each of us discuss politics, I think we are narrowing down that entire thing to elections, electioneering, winning. But I would say if you kind of expand the canvas, politics is all about running this country. So country of 1.3 billion people, ensuring there are as little issues as possible. So all this is politics. electioneering, winning is a small part of it. It's an important part. I don't, here say it's not an important, but it's a very, very critical part. That is not the only thing. So I think part of the problem because of why it becomes a taboo is that we restrict politics to this. If it's that wide canvas, we restrict it to small thing of electioneering. What you need to understand is politics is about running the country, which means, in simple words, making policies and ensuring these policies are implemented, as simple as such. I'm sure most of you have heard about the new education policy that was unveiled last year. Now it's a policy, but it has to be implemented. All those provisions within the national NEP have to be implemented. So think of politics as not just elections, campaigning, and all that, but think of politics as running the country, which is framing policy, then ensuring that this policy is implemented. So these are not very esoteric words or terms. These are all things that happen every day. So how many of you here sitting here know which ward do you live in? I'm assuming all of you live in GHMC, the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. Do you know the ward number? Do you know your corporator? How many of you know? So which ward are we sitting now? What is the ward number? Or which ward rather? Yeah, it is 105 Gachibowli. I think the corporator's name is the ward. So, or what is assembly constituency? Let's say that, let's make it easier. So which assembly constituency does this area fall? He's an MLA. He sits in the assembly making policies for us. Any guesses? Or which parliamentary constituency this area comes under? Or your school? Which parliamentary constituency is this? Who represents you in the parliament? So okay, for the sake of answer, this is Chevella, Mr. Ranjit Reddy is the MP, and this is Serlingampalli, Mr. Gandhi is your MLA. And 105, I don't remember the name of the corporator, but I think he's from BJP. Now, part of the problem is this. So let me ask another question. How many of you know what are sustainable development goals? All of you. So how many of you know where the UK Prime Minister lives? Where does the UK Prime Minister live? London, but what is the name of his residence? What is the name of his residence? Or where does the US President live? Where does the Indian Prime Minister live? Delhi, but White House is not Delhi, right? White House is the name of the building. So where does the Indian Prime Minister live? Huh? Delhi, but which road? What is the address? Yeah, part of the problem is this. We have gone global, and that is not a wrong thing to have, because a lot of you might go abroad for education, doing well in life. A large part of your life might be affected by policies taken in those governments, US, UK, Europe, wherever you go. But please understand, politics is also about, at one level, it is not restricting it to electioneering. It is not just going and campaigning and ensuring somebody is winning. It's actually an entire gamut. I'll come to careers maybe in the second question. That is the first point. The second point is go more local. When I say go more local, connect it to everyday things. So if you see politics as this some esoteric thing, something happening somewhere which does not affect your life, we will never be talking about politics in the way we have to. So connect to local. When I say local, I don't mean to say go and meet your corporator every day, go and meet your MLA every day. But first, let us learn who they are, what are they supposed to do, and connect your everyday problems to larger issue of policy making. I think if you do these two things, I'm sure a lot of us will get interested in politics and make pretty good careers in politics.
Thank you, Rakesh. You've actually answered 2-3 questions of mine, which I thought I would pose. Before shooting a question to Yashasvi Malka, a quick poll. How many of you want to pursue an active political career? There's only one. Active political career. All right. So basically the minority, okay? Something that in our country is. So right now, my question to Yashasvi is, why wouldn't students think a political career as a career? Because after all, becoming a prime minister or chief minister is not a bad job. So my question to Yashasvi is, why would students back off from actually considering politics as a career, politically affiliated jobs? And how would schools, especially that Yashasvi manages a few schools, how would schools contribute in making them take decisions to pursue a political career?
Hello, everyone. I'm audible? Yeah, hello, everyone. Firstly, thank you, Pawan, for giving us this opportunity. Firstly, I would ask all of you one question. What is the population of the country? Yeah, so do you know what is the percentage of population which is less than 25 years of age? Approximately. About more than, I mean, even myself, and I would like to include Pawan, we all come under the same category. So we all, it's more than 50%. And less than 35 years, what is the percentage? It's more than 65%. And what do you think is the percentage of people who actually contest in elections who are in this age group below 25 years of age? Not 25 years, I'm sorry, 35 years of age. Less than 10%. And actually people who get a chance to represent and who are in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, or any of these positions is less than 10%. But the population is actually more than 65%, right? I personally wanted to pursue politics as a career. So when I actually spoke to my friends and my family, all they say is, even when I become 26 years old, if I ask them why should I not get into politics? All they say is, it is too young, you're too young. But when most of our population is actually young, I think that, most of us, I think there should be some reservation, which, as you know, we all have these caste-based reservations, and also women also have got reservations in different positions. So I think even youngsters should come into this, and every school also, in our schools, what we do is from prep grade, from the lowest of the levels, we have a head boy, and we have all these house captains and everything. And it is not just a selected position, but we make sure there's an opportunity of election which happens. And elections not just that, he's my friend, so I'll go vote for him, and he's not my friend, so I will not vote for him. Or I don't know this person, so I'll vote for Nota. It is not like that. They have an opportunity to campaign. They have an opportunity to give an election speech which goes on, and then a leader is elected. And every 6 months, like after every semester, we also do an audit on them. So I think all the schools also must take this opportunity to have elections at every level possible. And I think this age group is only till grade 12, right, Pawan? So generally, like once I was 18, I was very excited to cast my vote. So the first time I've done it, I've posted a Snapchat story, like everyone have done it. First 2 years, people post it, but after they are 20, 21, they're busy studying somewhere. They don't actually know the importance of that one vote. And most of them don't either vote, or most of my friends who are actually in that age group end up voting for Nota because they don't know who the leader is. See, when you can't spend 5 minutes of your time to know who the candidate is in your area, you can't expect governance to be good, right? So I think each one of you must take an opportunity to know and understand who are the people around us, right?
Thanks a lot. Yeah, that was pretty good. In fact, now we are talking about voting. Okay, now let us have a vote as to how many of you would want your school leader or head boy or head girl through elections, but not by class teachers or principals. All right. I hope the principal of that school takes a note of it. All right. So elections is probably one way where I really empathize with Yashasvi that, it actually brings out two things. One is they actively pursue as to what is going wrong, what is going good, what is beneficial for the students, for the school. And the students, instead of the parents coming and telling teachers what's good for them, in fact, the students are right now have enough maturity to talk on their own. One final, if I have to end up, this discussion, one final practical takeaway that the students should have, if I were to ask you, with respect to politics and students.
May not be a single word answer, but what I would like to tell you is there are a lot of careers associated with politics. Don't confine it to contesting elections. Contesting elections is important. Many of you might do as well. But don't confine it to that and think of politics from only that angle. So right from policy framing to policy execution, there are so many opportunities connected to politics, which means running the country. So for instance, so most of our MPs, MLAs, they're supposed to go to the parliament, debate on our behalf, represent us, participate in policy making. How many of you are aware of this fellowship called LAMP? Yep. Right. So LAMP started, it was a pioneer, but there are at least 3-4 different fellowships now, which offer graduate students an opportunity to work with a member of parliament. So, you know, they have a selection process. They're quite young, you're 21, 22. You can go firsthand see how a member of parliament works. What kind of questions do they ask? Why do they ask? How do they ask? How do they participate in meetings, standing committee meetings? So a wide array of areas, right from policy framing. So for example, Shanta was talking about a gamut of initiatives of the government of Telangana. So TSIC and various departments of the government have fellowship programs. They engage young graduates to come and work with them firsthand, implementing large scale programs, because as you know, nobody can scale up like the government. Because, you know, at a government of India level, we're reaching 1.3 billion people. In Telangana, we're reaching around 4 crore people. So there are Government of India fellowships. Almost every big department, every big ministry has a fellowship program. There is a Mahatma Gandhi Fellowship of the Skill Development. There is a Young Professional Fellowship. So there are a lot of fellowships that people offer that offer you first-hand experience of policy making as well as policy implementation. So it is not just about contesting. Contesting could come later. So a lot of MPs, in fact, employ students, fresh pass-out students as their outreach agents to manage their affairs on a day-to-day basis, because they need hands and legs. So there is a gamut of opportunities. So one takeaway from this could be keep your eyes and ears open. There is a world waiting out there, and it doesn't matter what you do for your graduation. You could take sciences, you could take arts, you could take technology. It doesn't matter. As long as you want to contribute to policy making or running this country or in some ways politics, there is always an opportunity waiting for you.
Shashvi, one takeaway from your side to the students.
Actually, I would like to request Pawan to start at least something like a school of politics or something for youngsters. I think because I wish I had something like that. I learned it the other way. So because I personally was involved in a lot of sports, so I was always the captain of my cricket team. I was not allowed to contest in elections because it was always selections. So I never got an opportunity to contest, but I would end up become the cricket captain or something. That is where having a position actually teaches you a lot of things, be it at the lowest level. So I would like. So I think it is very important that we all take up such positions in our life. Yeah. Thank you once again.
On a closing note, this is one question. This is one question to all of you guys. People who think that political career can be an option, please break for lunch and walk out. I repeat my question. People who think that political career is an option can go for lunch. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, I'll pass it on. I'll pass it on to the. There's questions, guys. Please, any 2 or 3 interesting questions. 1 or 2 questions also is fine. We'll just take 2 questions directed towards the panelists. Yes, yes. There's a gentleman over there.
How do you think the current government can improve itself further than how they are right now?
Okay, state government or central government?
A state government.
Okay, who wants to take this question?
Political answer. I don't want to comment about specifics of government. This is not the platform. But please understand that running governments is obviously complex, difficult. So there is always room for improvement. There's nothing like somebody is doing a perfect job. So there could be areas where, so for instance, if I were to pick up 1 or 2 areas, maybe education and health, which I think they now started focusing, could be one area. But please understand, there is nothing like even the richest country in the world with the highest per capita income doesn't mean they have a 100% functioning system where there's no problems. So each country is its own, each state is its own. They're doing a job. It's our job to push them
Thank you.
And
That's it.
I think whichever government is implementing the latest NEP which has come up, I think every school as well, it's like a dream school for you all, because none of us had this opportunity to study such courses or options which are available. So I think whichever government implements NEP at first is a good government.
Sir, according to you, what do you think, what's the good quality of a government? I mean, what's the quality of a good government? What are the qualities?
Good government or a good leader?
Government in a group, I mean.
It's a non-controversial question, so Rakesh.
I mean, any question about the government is controversial, so we can make it that way. One, let's all understand that running any government is complex. Even running, if you're a school leader, running your school leader group is complex. The first problem is we have limited resources, unlimited wants, right? Ideally, we wish we had all the resources, but unfortunately, it is not. I think my definition of ideal government, obviously, this is not the universal definition. It is my definition of an ideal government is which allocates resources, in a way that we're also producing for the future. We're not just implementing, helping people for the present, which is equally important. I would say, welfare and all that, but also investing heavily for the future. So an ideal government is which is able to balance both. So both are equally important. You can't just say I'll build for the future and let people die now. That's not the way. You can't always say let me all invest now, and so both are equally important. So this constant question, I'm sure you must have heard of this rhetorical question. Why should we even go to the moon when we have people who don't have food to eat? I know this question comes up often. So one is about the future, one is about the present. You don't look at things. They're not mutually exclusive. They're inclusive things, and I think government should work on both. So my ideal government is like something that balances. No, we are not psephologists. So.
Mr. Rakesh is against asking any kind of controversial
No, I can, but I am not a psephologist. So meet me in private, I'll give you all the gyan.
All right, the audience have been very cute. Thanks a lot for bearing with us. Thank you, Yashashwin. Thank you, Mr. Rakesh, for driving.
Check. Thank you so much. Can we call Miss Anuradha Sadhu, school coordinator, to present the memento, please?
And a round of applause for the panelists.
Yeah, then. All right, we now break for lunch. See you back in 30 minutes. Wait, I'm not done yet, guys. Okay, we come back at 1:45 sharp, but before we go, can someone tell me why did the chicken cross the playground? Why did the chicken cross the playground? To get onto the other slide. Did you get the joke? Why did the chicken cross the playground? So that he could get onto the other slide. Yeah, to go get lunch? Okay, that's cool too. All right, see you back at 1:45.
Welcome back, everyone. It's amazing to see that your energy has returned. I would like you to conserve a little bit of it and maintain some silence. We're about to start.
Hello, check test 1 2 check mic check 3 full on. Hello, check. Check. ఇప్పుడు వస్తుందా ఇప్పుడు ఓగో వస్తుందా హలో మైక్ చెక్ హలో చెక్
హ్యాండ్ మైక్ देते नहीं
Students, please settle down. We're about to begin. Welcome back, everyone. We've had quite an eventful morning discussing the mind and the body, and we'll continue to do so. Now, the body is our vehicle, and we must treat it with care and an awareness of the various factors that keep it running, like the lunch you just had, right? We remember to eat, and I hope we remember to exercise, but then it needs a lot more, and you don't need to turn into a doctor to deepen your understanding. Today, we have our next speaker to act as a guide in hacking hormones. Please welcome Ms. Bhargavi Reddy, the founder of The Next Smile, through which she heightens the quality of kids' lives and their future goals. A round of applause, please. Ma'am, I'm handing over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. So I may have a little bit of a problem with this because pocket to put this in. But hi everyone. So good to see you guys again. For the ones from Premia, sorry, I can't hear you guys. Can I request all of you to settle down? We'll take another 20 seconds. All right.
Hello. Hi. It's so good to see all of you back again. And I do see some other delegations here as well. So welcome to this beautiful, beautiful, one of its kind fest. I must be honest, I didn't come in yesterday because even though I was scheduled to come and see some of the lovely events that y'all have put together, but the energy of this place as soon as I walked in was so beautiful and dynamic. And I really wished when I walked in here that I had some of this exposure when I was in school. So you guys are actually really lucky, and it's amazing that Premia as an institution has taken this forward. Now, guys, I know it's post lunchtime, and I was really expecting really dull faces, gloomy faces, sleepy faces, but here I already see you guys energized. And I incidentally am here to do an energizer with you. So instead of settling down, which I know I said, please settle down 20 seconds ago, what I'm going to do is ask you guys to stand up. I just said stand up, not talk. Can I have your attention back? Okay, there is going to be talking, I promise. Okay? So, what we're going to be doing now is a little bit of moving around, because this person, yeah, that works. That absolutely works. Okay? So what we're going to be doing is a little bit of work, little bit of moving around in your places. Okay? But we have to listen carefully to the instructions and do what I say. So my first instruction is jog. And please don't jog around the room, on the spot. Okay? Jog. Everybody, jog. Yeah. I didn't say talk. I said just jog. Guys at the back, are you able to hear and follow? Okay. So my first instruction is jog. All of us know now how to spot jog? Okay. Second instruction. That'll come a little later. Wait. For those of you who know this exercise. Okay. Jog, sit. My second instruction is sit. Okay? So got it? Now can we do this together? And whatever command I give, we're just going to follow that, all right? Okay. Jog. Sit. That's an interesting kind of jogging. Okay. Jog. I know it's post lunch, but that's okay. It won't hurt to move your body a little bit. Let's do it. Sit. Okay, now I'm going to change the instruction around a little bit. So when I say sit, you're supposed to get up and jog. And when I say jog, you're supposed to get down. You're supposed to sit. Okay? I know you're doing both at the same time. What do I say? Okay? So sit is jog, jog is sit. Ready? Sit. Jog. Sit. Jog. Sit. Jog. Okay. Now I'm going to add 2 more instructions to this. Okay? Somebody said clap here, right? So let's take clap. Okay? Clap. Very good. Just one clap is enough. Very good. Okay. Okay. So when I say clap, we clap. And when I say name, each of you scream your name out really loud. Works? Works? Okay? So let's listen to all 4 instructions clearly, guys. When I say jog, what do we do? Super. When I say sit, what do we do? When I say clap, what do we do? And name? Scream loudly. I need to hear who the loudest person is here, okay? Ready? Ready? Clap. Jog. Sit. Name. Jog. Sit. Name. Clap. Okay, now we're going to change this around one last time. So we know sitting is jogging, jogging is sitting. Name is clapping and clapping is naming. Fantastic. Now shall we do that together? Yeah? Okay. Name. Clap. Jog. Sit. Name. I said name. Good job. Clap. Thank you, guys. You guys have been fantastic. You can sit down now. Don't jog out of the room. Okay, we're done with the instructions now. Whatever I say is what it is, okay? Okay, welcome back from your lunch break, guys. Are we energized enough now? Yeah? So I thought about this until yesterday. I had a presentation ready, and I said, you know what, a post-lunch session, I'm not going to do a presentation. We're just going to do some fun. We're just going to have some fun on and just learn a little bit about our bodies. So what you experienced just now, okay? Did any of you experience a shift in the way your body felt when you started jogging, when you started clapping, processing the information and doing all of that? Did any of you experience anything in your bodies? Yeah? How do you feel? Sweat, of course. Yeah? Energetic? You got confusion, but when you got sorry? Bored. Oh, sorry. Did getting up, doing something, do something to you, or you're still bored? You're still bored? Okay, we'll come to the next hormone then. Because the hormone that we're talking about right now, and for those of you who experience that high in your energy levels, guys, can I have your attention, please? Okay, or we're going to have one more instruction. Yeah, one more instruction. Talk is quiet. Does that work? Yeah? Okay, quiet, please. Thank you. So for those of you who said that they experienced a raise in their energy levels, okay, that is actually a happy hormone called endorphins. Okay? Now, if for those of you who want to write this down or if you want to Google it, whatever works for you, endorphins is your first set of happy hormones that are released in your body whenever you do some exercise or whenever you laugh really loud, eat some dark chocolate. Yeah? That's when you have this feel-good factor. And did you guys know, have you heard of endorphins or is this the first time you're hearing of this? Heard it? Great. Okay. So what do endorphins do for us? They give you they have that feel-good factor, right? They increase your energy levels. Now, did you also know that endorphins have a pain-relieving duty, if I may say so? So they actually, when you're going through pain, whether it is physical pain or emotional pain, your body automatically releases endorphins to reduce the pain a little bit. Okay? So your first set of hormones. Now, why is this relevant to your careers and you choosing your career path, etc.? Why is this relevant? Why are hormones relevant to all of that? Why do you need to hack your hormones? I mean, come on, if I study well enough and if I kind of know, I already know, right, what I want to do. But what really blocks us? Emotions. Okay. Okay. What else? Any other, anything else that blocks anybody else in this room? Can't hear you. Control our mental health. Great. Okay. So who controls our mental health? Who controls these emotions? Us. Yeah. Okay. Us. What within us? Brain. Okay. What does brain release? Messages. Yes, of course. Neurotransmitters. Great. Messages. How do they release those messages? Yes. So they do release it. Can't hear you. Sorry. Okay, yes. So the messages are important, and these messages are in the form of neurotransmitters and hormones. Okay? So what we are going to be doing right now is, have you ever realized that when you're sad, you're dull, you're depressed, you're not able to really achieve what you want to achieve? Yeah, you go into a gloom. So then how are you going to achieve what you want to achieve if you don't hack your hormones? Happy hormones, right? So do you think it's a necessary session for us to just understand some basic things on how to not control? We are in the driving seat of our bodies, and we can actually help our bodies release these hormones. Okay? So what we just did was a quick exercise to release some endorphins. So post lunch, great exercise. If you're feeling really low, look up, there are certain ways of releasing endorphins. A good exercise, a good run can really give you that boost to release your endorphins, relieve your pain. Another very important aspect, one of you said emotions, right? Yeah. So your emotions, do they cause pain? A little bit? A lot sometimes? Yeah? So which hormone do you think you need to hack first? Hormone. We're talking about hormones here. So we just spoke about endorphins. And endorphins is the first hormone, because when we are in pain, can your body even think beyond pain? No, right? You just go into a shutdown mode and you're like, how do I relieve this pain? Then what can you do? Of course, your painkillers, if you're in severe pain, etc. But when you're in a little bit of an emotional pain, when you're going through something, another great way, and divert. Sleep, yes. But another great way to do this, sorry? Hobbies, fantastic, okay. Gym is a great idea. You know another great one that I haven't heard so far? Play outdoor games, yoga, music, very good. Music works very well for a few people. Try to relax yourself. So with endorphins, you need to get your body charged, okay? And I don't know if any of you have heard this. For those of you whose parents follow yoga or you follow yoga a little bit, they advocate cold water showers. Have you heard that? Yeah? So in the morning or when you're feeling really, it makes your body cool. Yes, it releases endorphins, and that is what makes your body feel better. So for those of you who are not allergic to cold water, of course, please become aware of your bodies. But if cold water does and you've gone for swims, etc., and it's been okay with you, that is another very, very quick way of releasing endorphins. So look up ice water baths as well. It gives you that instant high, that instant kick to get your body moving. Okay? Sorry? What does hot water do? It calms you down. You need to get moving. It's cold water. Okay? So this is your first set. I think that's enough conversation. Let's get up for another exercise. No, this time get up means get up. Okay? So can we all stand up, please? Okay. Now we're going to be creating something called a circle of love. A circle of love, a circle of trust, whatever you want to call it. Okay? So all I want you all to do is just look around. Guys, can I have your attention because they've really given me only 30 minutes with you. I wish I had longer. Yeah? Okay. So just look around you and form a circle. Okay? So just look at your circle around you. Any numbers fine, maybe 7, 8 of you per circle. Yeah? 7, 8 of you in a circle. Guys there? You guys okay in the middle there? Can I just request the teachers to help us just organize this a little bit? Guys, I think we can expand the circle here a little bit. You want to join that circle? No, I need you to have a circle, yeah? It's not a rectangle going on here. Okay, are we done? Are we done? Are we settled in our circles?
Guys, can we settle down?
Guys, can we settle down?
Just settle down. If you listen to the instructions, this can be fun and this can get over also soon. If you keep making the circle, we'll make the circle till the end of the day. So how about you make a circle of 8 people? Can you look around? They made a circle. Someone behind you is making a circle. It's a very simple instruction. Hold hands, make a circle of 8. Okay?
Thank you.
Can we do it? Can we stop talking? And no, we're not playing Ringa Ringa Roses. Okay? Just hold each other's hand and make a small circle. Are you ready? Is it possible? Yes? Okay, they're ready.
Okay, you ready? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Guys, can you hear me? Okay. Quiet, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now what we're going to do is, in this circle, guys, you're okay here in front? Is everything okay with your hand? Okay. So what we're going to do is, we're going to give a genuine compliment to the person who is to your left. Okay? 1 second. Guys. I'm not done with my instruction yet. When I mean genuine compliment, I want you to tune into your emotions. Everybody, please, can I have some silence? This little group here, can I please have some silence? Thank you. Okay. So when I mean a genuine compliment, the compliment should feel good to you when you give it. Okay? So this is an exercise that, guys, okay, I'm going to hold you back for as long as I need to.
Guys, should we do a demonstration for you how it's done? It is a very simple activity.
Okay.
You just have to
come. Yeah, if you can put in there. Thank you. Okay, so all we do is we give a genuine compliment, say something really nice to the person on your left. Okay? But before you say that, just tune in and see if that compliment feels good to you first. Okay? Hi, Nandika. Hi, Nandika. I love your hair. It's absolutely beautiful.
Hi, Umama. I really love the energy you bring to our classrooms.
Wow.
Thank you, Nandika. Hi, Bhargavi. I love the way you engage the crowd.
Thank you. Okay, got it, guys? Simple, easy to do.
Children, if
Okay.
you listen to the instructions carefully, will you be able to perform what you've been asked to? Okay? Good.
Okay, we're going to start now, and I have a little reward for the group that finishes first with the most genuine compliments. Okay, so everybody on the group has to say that they felt good. Is that a deal? Yeah. Okay, start. That's too small a group. Couldn't find another partner. You done? Fantastic. Okay. You're done as well? Great. 1, 2. Done. 3. Great. 4. Okay. 5. Done. Done. Lovely. Okay. The prize is that all of you can sit down now. Thank you. I see that we're still giving compliments, and that's beautiful, guys. And I would like you to carry this forward when you step out of the room as well. But, okay, can I have your attention now? Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to be talking about the second hormone here, guys. Thanks. Okay. So when you did receive that compliment, would any of you like to share how you felt? Happy? Okay. You felt sad? Somebody felt sad here? Are you still bored? Still bored? Getting there? Not getting there? No? Okay. Encouraging? Very good. Okay. Yes? Loved? Fantastic. Okay. It felt nice. Very nice. Okay. It felt normal. Lovely. Okay, normal. That's a very interesting choice of word. And I'm going to actually discuss that in a minute. Thank you for that. Refreshed? Lovely. Depressed? Different. Impressed? Okay, sorry. Motivated? Fantastic. Felt good? Okay, okay. So I'm going to introduce you to a word here called connection. You wanted to say connected? What happened? Okay, so I'm going to introduce you to the word connected because connection is what all of us humans are attuned to feel naturally and normally. Thank you for that word that one of you used here. That is our normal state of being. So when we feel connected, now when you're in pain, we already discussed, when we're in pain, there's nothing else we can think of, right? But when we work on our pain and when we feel that connection with people, is when we start to feel that we are loved, we are motivated, and we can really take this forward. We feel good in life. Whatever task that we have achieved, you feel motivated to do that. Correct? So now do we realize how important connection is? Yeah? So how do you think we can hack this little hormone called oxytocin, which is released when you feel that sense of connection with your friends, with your partners, with your parents? That's where your first relationship is, your house, your siblings. your teachers. When you feel that sense of connection, the hormone that we're talking about, that is actually predominant here, is oxytocin. Okay? Now, one of the best ways to hack oxytocin is giving a warm, genuine hug. Okay? And by warm, genuine hug, please, I do not mean that you walk around the room, you need to look at, appropriate protocols in appropriate places, but your parent, your friends, your siblings, great place to start. A warm, genuine hug. That's the easiest way to actually kickstart your oxytocin levels. Okay, and you do realize that right from the time you were kids, right, when you were upset, what would your parents come and do? Yeah? That's it. So that is your hormone that gets you feel connected with the rest of the world. Okay? So we've looked at relieving our pain, we've looked at relieving our, we've looked at establishing that connection. Now, I know I'm going to make you guys stand up again, but before I make you stand up, I'm going to give the instruction, okay? Because this is a very quick exercise and I want you guys to achieve this task within like a few seconds. Have you heard of the Mexican wave? Yeah? Okay, for those of you who do not know what a Mexican wave is, what we will do is, so we will start from this corner, okay? And all we're going to do is raise our hands and yell, oh, all the way, one person at a time. So it passes on from one person to another really quickly. And we're going to go in this order. We're going to start from right, go all the way in the third row. We'll start from the third row, go all the way here. From that row, it goes from left to right, and then from right to left and left to right, all the way till we reach the last row. Okay? Can we achieve this together? Yes? Okay. So I'm going to say 3. But before that, all of you get up. Please stand up. This looks much better when we're standing up. And what's your name here? Yashwant? Lovely. So Yashwant is going to start the Mexican wave. And can I have your name there at the end, beta? Okay, I don't know which side we're going to stop at. Okay, Ram. And who's the last one here? Sid. Okay. So I don't know which side this is going to end. But the minute we end this task, all of us are going to go, yay, together. Okay? Okay? Okay. So we're going to start when I say 1. 3, 2, 1. Start, Yashwant. Louder. Ooh, I don't hear the ooh. Okay, we're going to start again. 1 second, 1 second. No, stop. Stop. I didn't hear the ooh. Okay? Loud and clear, Yashwant. Everybody, ooh, when you go up, okay? We're starting in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, faster. Awesome. Okay, why did the wave stop? There, quick. I've stopped hearing the noise.
Guys, you can do better than this. When we don't tell you to do who, you do it all the time in class, right? Why are we not getting that energy out when you have the opportunity? So can we do a proper who? Can we start from here? All right?
We're going to start again.
Okay, give it up. Please put your hands up. Hands down.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, we're going to achieve this task. And the goal of the task is to do this in the synchronized manner very quickly with the sound. Okay, that is the task. Now we'll have to keep repeating it till we get it right. Okay, Yashwant, you ready for it? This time, do you think we can get it right, guys? With a lot of energy? With a lot of energy? Yeah? Let's do it. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. Awesome. Woo! 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 Very good. Woo! Woo! Lovely. Woo! Louder, louder, louder. Very good. Okay, lovely, lovely. Woo! Awesome! It hasn't reached the back though. It hasn't reached the back though. Why did it stop there?
Well done, Fardhan.
Continue, guys.
Guys, so if you do it if you do it the right way, we might be up on a YouTube channel. We don't know. So you have to do it right, correctly. Let's give them a good video content.
Can we all do the who, irrespective of who is raising the hand? Probably that will bring out a better sound effect.
Yeah? Yeah? Okay, can we do that?
No,
okay,
no,
guys,
not like that.
Guys,
not
I
like
want you
that.
to picture
Not like
a
that.
stadium. I want you to picture a cricket stadium. And that is the kind of energy we're going to do it with this last time. Okay? Okay? Okay. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Yashwant, go. Woo! Okay, we're losing energy again. Guys.
Guys, so you know what is the problem? The first 2 rows are doing fine, and the 3rd row onwards, there's something not in
I
sync.
don't see these girls doing it at all. Yeah.
Start from you.
Start from it.
Okay,
Very good.
Let's do it. Okay, let's change the pattern around a little bit and let's start from there. Fantastic. But the instruction loud and clear, guys. Everybody is going to scream ooh.
Can we request
okay?
the parents and teachers also to stand, please?
Yes, please.
If you don't
Thank
mind.
you. Thank you.
Don't let the child die in you. Keep it alive. And do hoot.
Okay, are we geared up to get this right this time? Yes? Lot of energy, lot of enthusiasm. Fantastic. Okay, let's start. Okay, we are all not yelling yet. Everybody in this room is going to say ooh, no, irrespective of whether your hand is up or not. Okay, let's start again. 3. This time I'm taking a video and this is the final video and I'm expecting this task to be done. Okay? Okay? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Woo! did it go? Where did it go? Well done, guys. Well done. With one little glitch. Okay, all of you can sit down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so with one little glitch, we were finally able to achieve this lovely task. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so when we achieved this little task, how do we feel? A sense of achievement? You still bored? Okay, we'll wait for the next one. Excited? Fantastic. What else? Happy from? Happy from the gut. Fantastic. Do we have a mic? Do we have a mic that we can pass around? No? Okay, no mic. Fine. Fair enough. Or if somebody can just help me hear what they're saying. A sense that you have a voice. A sense of using your voice. Okay, okay. Lovely. Okay, so this sense of achievement comes in when we achieve little tasks. Okay? And you know what hormone is released when you experience that sense of achievement? It's called dopamine. Okay? So dopamine is a hormone that is released in your body when you set little tasks for yourselves and you keep achieving them over and over again. Okay? So breaking down your tasks is extremely important. Achieving small manageable tasks is extremely important to keep your dopamine going. And dopamine is the hormone that gives you that little push, that gives a little kick to actually go and achieve whatever you want to achieve. Okay? So it's extremely, extremely important for us to be able to achieve this. Okay? The last hormone that I'm going to talk about very quickly is serotonin. So there's a difference between your short-term hormone, happy hormone and your long-term happy hormone. Your dopamine gives you that push, that kick to achieve your short-term goals. But your serotonin, which is your last happy hormone, gives you that push to achieve your long-term goals, to be able to keep meeting your long-term goals, to be on the right path, to make sure you are doing everything that is required day after day and stay motivated. Okay? So I'm going to give you a 1-minute quick exercise now. We're just going to be very, very quiet for this, guys, because I need you to tune into yourselves. Okay? Pin drop silence. I shouldn't even be able to hear a pin. Okay? What we're going to do is very quickly just breathe in and out. Okay? Breathe in slowly. Guys, I will need pin drop silence for this exercise. Thank you. Okay? Now, what I want you to do is just observe 5 things that you see around you. All we're going to do is be in the moment and observe 5 different things that we see in this room around us. Now we're going to observe we're going to touch 4 things that we feel around us. This is not a joke, guys. No jokes, please. We'll have time for this later. 4 different textures that you can touch around you. Let's be mindful. Okay? 4 different textures that we touch around us. Now close your eyes. I'll take questions later. Close your eyes. Okay. And I just want you to smell 3 different things. Do not go sniffing around. Just breathe and let the smell come to you. Do not go sniffing around. I already said don't go sniffing around. Smell, just observe the smell. Okay? Okay? Keep your eyes closed. 2 distinctive sounds that you hear. 2 distinctive sounds that you hear. And then, okay, guys, we just have 30 seconds. I don't want to lose you right now. And while your eyes are closed, just one thing that you can taste in your mouth right now. Okay? So what we have done is basically slowed our bodies down to be more present in the moment. So you're able to get your focus back on your long-term goals. Okay? So this is how you hack your serotonin. Of course, there are a lot more. There's a lot more that you can do, and all of you have the internet. So I want you to go back and look at your 4 happy hormones today and see what you can do and what works for you to be able to work on hacking your serotonin levels. All right? Thank you, guys. You have been fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Ms. Tanjot Kaur, the early years coordinator at the Premia Academy, to present the memento.
You have come a long way, students, deep diving into the world of entrepreneurship at such a young age. You have specialized courses at school, opportunities all around you, and at the freedom to experiment as well. I assure you that our next masterclass will add to your knowledge in a multitude of ways. Please welcome Mr. Pavan Alena, founder and CEO, Metamorphosis Edu. He's on a mission to set up entrepreneurial ecosystems and incubators for as many students as possible. Put your hands together for Mr. Pavan. Who's next? Who's left? I have no idea.
I'll take only 10 minutes or 15 minutes, 20 minutes? Okay. What's up? What's up? Hi, how are you? 2 long days, huh? I mean, generally my Saturdays are pretty much fun. It's okay, I'll just keep it. Yeah, but this Saturday also I had to take a session. I will take. But I'll do it in a very, very interactive way. There are no presentations, no sheets and all of those. Okay, let's make it as interactive as possible. Okay, let us make, this is group A, group B, group C. Okay, but group C, I see very few participants. But anyways, we have team Metamorphosis sitting in group C. We might get some support. I'll make it very gamified experience for you all. The one who is sharing the sheets, can you, excuse me? Just hold on for a while, you know, we'll give the sheets. This side. Yeah. Since yesterday, we're all talking about just 10 minutes of your time, okay? Everyone. I'll try to conclude as much as possible, you know, with the kind of learnings what we had yesterday and today, and related to entrepreneurship. Since yesterday, you know, we've been talking about science, technology, we spoke about mathematics. Later in the panel, we spoke about sports. Later, we spoke about, you know, the passion, prodigy. We talked about media, politics we spoke about. We had some extraordinary masterclasses. One common thing that everything has, right? I mean, for anyone to be successful, whether it be persons like Parsuram or persons like Abhijit from sports or Munwar Khan from technology, I think one thing that everyone should have, right? One common feature that everyone should have is entrepreneurial thinking. I'll talk about what is this entrepreneurship, why is Premia Academy talking about entrepreneurship, why you guys have been pulled into these classes or pushed into these classes called entrepreneurship, and why, you know, there is ISB involved, why there is an organization like, say, Metamorphosis involved. You guys are still in the schools, you cannot run businesses. Your parents must be worrying about why we are all talking about business right from 6th grade, 7th grade onwards. Let us connect all of those. Let us define what is entrepreneurship in these careers and why entrepreneurial education is really important for us. I'll just take out my mobile phone. I'll just see what all apps that I have. My phone is off, but I'll still remember what all apps that I have. I think I have something called Make My Trip. I have Book My Show. I have Paytm, Google Pay. I have Snapchat. I have Instagram. I have Myntra, Flipkart. I have Darvies. I have few you know, apps like that. I have Playo to, you know, kind of book my badminton slots. I think one common thing that all of these apps we have is they all solve a very simple problem. I'll just tell, you know, one quick story of two people, you know, whom, you know, I've heard from them. Deepinder Goyal and Pankaj. They both went to very premium institutes. They got placed in a company called Bain and Company. It's a huge tech park inside. And inside the tech park, you know, it's similar to Mindspace. Okay, a lot of companies are there in it. And every day when during the lunch hours, they had to stand in the queue to figure out what is the special menu. Even if at all you see in ISB has, you know, just 800, 900 students or graduates. Even for you to know what is the menu, you have to go all the way to see what is the menu of the day. Even our team also, if at all there is something special that is there in the canteen, we come all the way here or else we generally Swiggy. Similarly, in that Bain and Company, they have amazing canteen, but sometimes, you know, the employees get disappointed looking at the menu. Then they go out for the restaurants and all. That time there was no Swiggy and all. Then what these guys did, they made friendship with this cafeteria guy. They asked him to tell the menu of the canteen well in advance. 2 hours, 3 hours prior, once the menu is out, they used to call and they used to get the menu. Things have become much more advanced. They got to know the menus 1 week in advance, 1 month in advance. These guys figured out what is the menu of that cafeteria. Now, what they did, every day in their messenger, in their Google Messenger or say whatever a company's communications platform, these guys used to post the menus there. Boss, here is the menu of the cafeteria today. If at all you're interested, go stand in the queue or else go outside for the restaurant. Slowly, 5 employees started asking them, 10 employees started, 15, hundreds of employees started asking them for the menus. Then they figured out, why just our cafeteria? Why not the nearby restaurants? They went to the nearby restaurants. They started scanning the menus of the restaurants. And they made some gigabytes of menus of the restaurants. Slowly, people started asking, hey, I wanted to have Thai food. Where can I go? I wanted to have something Chinese. Where can I go? Then later, these guys have become the database for the menus of the restaurants. Then they said, a lot of people are coming to us. I think it's time for us to kind of go public and let anyone who wants to see the menu of the restaurant, we should be able to do. And they've started something called as Food eBay, and now it's called Zomato, right? So Zomato started with a very simple problem. They said, I don't want to stand in the queues. I don't want to go to the restaurant if at all I don't know the menus. I wanted to come up with something really, a repository where I wanted to give the menus. That's the solution. And today, Zomato is a public listed company, and you all know how big it grew. I'll give you one more story. There is this guy named Travis Kalanick. He is a US citizen. He went to Paris for one conference, to attend one conference. The conference was about technology, just like this, two-day conference. They were talking about emerging technologies. They're talking about video games. They're talking about so many good things. This guy came out of the conference, and then he was trying to stop the cabs. The cab drivers, they were talking in French. The conference was happening in Paris, and then everyone was talking in French. And this guy could not negotiate. This guy could not navigate the routes properly. Then he said, he was telling his friend that we attended all emerging technologies. We are talking about virtual realities, augmented realities, and all. Bloody, I can't book a cab, or I can't take a cab without talking to the driver. The drivers, it's very tough to communicate with the drivers. It is becoming tough. Then what he did, he went back to San Francisco. He spoke to about 5 drivers saying that I'll channelize or I'll send people who wants to book cabs. Then he put one simple landline number saying that looking for a ride, call on this number, we will give you the cabs or whatever. Slowly, the 5 drivers started getting a lot of orders from this guy. He expanded from 5 to 50 cabs, 50 to 500, 500 to 5,000, 5 million, 50 million. And today, Travis Kalanick is running something called Uber, where all of us are using it if at all we need a cab without even communicating with the driver. What is common thing in both the stories? I think they both are solving a problem, right? And here, today, when we are talking about this STEAM or say sports or everywhere, it's not about what career that you want to do. It's not about what profession that you are doing. It's all about what problem that you are solving and how much business value that you are bringing in and for how many millions of users are you solving this problem. That journey is called as entrepreneurship, right? Entrepreneurship is not where you will run businesses and you are running say a 10,000 crore company or say $100 million company. It's the business value what we are talking about. But the true sense of entrepreneurship means solving a problem. Here we are all in the schools. I think someone, right? Someone was talking about mathematics. Yesterday, when the STEAM panel was happening from Krishna from Banzu, I just asked, Krishna, what is it that you're doing mathematics? So then he asked, how many of you guys are scared of mathematics? then we all, about 60% of you all have raised the hands. But Banzu or Bhanu, he has taken that into a business opportunity and created his own entrepreneurial venture. But whereas we're all sitting in the schools and still cribbing that we're not understanding mathematics, right? So that is the difference between an entrepreneur and a job seeker, right? So I want you all to start thinking entrepreneurial, right? Any problem that you're facing, no water in the school is a business opportunity for you all, right? I mean, no sanitation in the school is a business opportunity for you. Not understanding mathematics, physics, chemistry, it's a biggest opportunity for you all. Look at what Byju's is doing, what Vedanta is doing, what Khan Academy is doing. They all have converted all the problems into business opportunities. So why can't you convert that? So from here on, rule number 1, no cribbing, only opportunities. Rule number 2, if at all you have a problem or if at all you're solving a problem, there should be a business sense to it. Rule number 3, think entrepreneurial, right? But if at all you are trying to become a doctor, think about not just becoming a doctor, but how can you be part of the ecosystem? Today, say for example, if at all I ask my colleague Chaitanya will give me a list of 10 people who are doctorates but still sitting in management school like ISB. Why? It's because today, just pursuing your careers or just doing your jobs is no longer a thing. It's all about how can you create value to the ecosystem. Now, being a doctor, how are you contributing to healthcare? How are you coming up with innovative healthcare products? And how are you kind of coming up with businesses in healthcare? And how you are moving forward? So all the sheets that you must have got, right? There will be some careers in, say, like you might want to become a teacher, you might want to become a doctor or engineer or anything. But I would say add another dimension called ecosystem. How can you contribute to the ecosystem? So that is why whenever I metamorphose, I say that I'm a teacher and an entrepreneur. I'm not just a teacher. I'm also contributing to the ecosystem. And how you can also contribute to the ecosystem is something that is going to move forward. Now that we have created that A, B, C rows, okay, I'll just ask a simple rapid fire questionnaire just to gamify this. We'll do 3 rounds. The first round is business world quotient. I really want to test how many of you guys are really good with the business world quotient. Second thing is I'll go a little more in depth on asking some definitions related to entrepreneurship. And third one, I really wanted to listen to some of the path-breaking ideas. And in fact, I wanted to give some goodies to the students who have some path-breaking ideas and how Metamorphosis and Premia can move forward. Okay, are we all up for it? Cool. So business world quotient mein, I wanted to know who is the founder of Big Basket? ABC. No one? Okay. The founder of Swiggy. Anyone here? No. Founder of Make My Trip? Founder of Google. Don't say Sundar Pichai. Someone raised hand and then there is. Sorry? And is there only one person? No. Okay, fine. I'll give 1 point to group A. Founder of Microsoft. Easy. Someone said Satya Nadella. Bill. Steve Jobs. Okay, good. Okay. So basically, you all know the founders of global companies, not the Indian companies, is what you're trying to say. Okay. I'll ask one more question, last question. Founder of founder of Metamorphosis. Okay. No. This is self-branding. No. Founder of Premia. Okay, I'll give it back. Yeah. Founders of Premia, I should say maybe. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, okay, cool. Who is the current CEO of Apple? Someone said Steve Jobs. He's no more with us. Sorry. Tim Cook. Okay, fine. I'll give 1 point to this group. Indira Nooyi was the CEO of which global brand? I think parents are answering. Yes, thank you. PepsiCo. Fine, fine, fine. I'm just trying to be interactive. So keep this in mind. Ensure that your business world quotient is also sharpening, not just your current affairs. I clearly understand that we all lack in that business world quotient. Try to follow the startup stories. Try to understand their stories because they're not pretty complex. They're all something that they're all very much something that we could easily relate to. No more problems, no more complaints. Every problem to be converted to business opportunity. And for every business opportunity, there should be a business value. Think entrepreneurial in every career. Don't go behind the professions, go behind the ecosystem. Even if at all you're not able to become a doctor, you should be able to do some value to the healthcare environment. So that would be the future. And Metamorphosis will anyways be there to guide you all, to give some value to the ecosystem. Okay, thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Pawan. Now, I'd like to invite Miss Monica Arora, Headmistress, the Premia Academy, to present the memento.
It's like chauthi baar. Round of applause. As long. The commotion. What commotion? Please settle down. It's not over yet. All right, can I have everyone put their hands up? Both hands up, quickly. Quickly, quickly. Thank you. And then down, and then up again, and then down. Now that looks like a roller coaster. Thank you. All right, now. No, it's okay. Thank you. I'm flattered. Okay. I have a quick question before we move on to our next master class. Could you all close your eyes? I think that's better. Please close your eyes and imagine this. You would love to imagine this. You're either at Naturals or Creamstone. Up to you. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Okay? You're either at Naturals or Creamstone. Now think of all the flavor of ice creams in front of you, please. All the flavors in front of you. Only eyes closed, absolute silence. Eyes closed, absolute silence.
Eyes closed. I feel like I'm a flight attendant. Eyes closed.
All right, are you there? Just nod your heads. Are you there? At Naturals or Creamstone, looking at all the ice cream flavors? All right. Now, thumbs up if you're ready with your answer, if you know what ice cream you want. Thumbs up if you're ready. I see very few hands. Okay, which brings me to my point. If this is the amount of time you're going to take to pick an ice cream flavor, how are you going to navigate career or life choices, right? It only gets tougher. Okay, so we have Miss Ananya Roy, the founder of the Learning Project, to walk you through navigating life's choices. Please put a round of applause for the next masterclass. I hand over to you, Ananya. Please settle down.
Check, no, check, yeah. Audible? Yeah. Hi guys. It's been a long 2 days and we're finally at the last masterclass that I will be taking. I'm sure most of you have seen me around school. Yeah. So I work with the marketing team. I'm the content head of the school. Apart from that, I also have my own company called Pop the Learning Project. So thank you. So for those of you who have been asking me why I stopped coming to school, this was the reason. I had actually initially joined only because we were doing online school, but now we're back to regular life. So here I am. So today I'm going to be talking to you about, we had this whole array of panels and keynotes and chief guests, and they spoke about all these options and colleges and classes and things like that. But today what we're going to come to is how you can actually take, oh, one sec. Is this better? Yeah? Okay, so how you can actually take the right decision to move forward, whether you are young or whether you are slightly older, age is just a number. Okay, it is never too late to discover who you are, or never too early, right? So what's next? Okay, so we're gonna do a little thing. When I say bazinga, okay, I need all of you to do the action that I'm going to do. Okay, so do the action that I'm going to do. It's put one finger on your head, and then this, and this, like a scissors and your finger, and then point at yourself. Okay, so head. Okay, now this is sign language for a decision starts from me, right? So this is decision starts from me. Can we all do it? A decision starts from me. Can you all say it? So when I say bazinga, you have to do this, okay? Bazinga. I can only hear him. Together. When I say bazinga, okay? 1, 2, 3, bazinga. That's right. So throughout the session, whenever I say bazinga, I need you all to do this. Got it? All right. So we have the printouts arrived yet? Okay, we'll skip this. There's another sheet that's going to come to you. We'll come back to this. Again, after the sheet comes. Also after the sheet comes, sorry. All right. So what we were going to do in that activity was draw a flag of yourself. So what do you represent, right? What is something that is most close to you was what I would have liked you to draw. However, so sheets have not come, and then I wanted you to discuss it with each other. So we'll skip that part. And now coming to the questions, I'm just going to ask you anyway. Do you think all of you would have, do you think everyone would have been able to draw a flag of themselves? How many yeses? How many no's? Okay. And do you think those who did it, do you think everyone would have done it the same way? So why is it that execution is different with all of us? Why is it that each person has their own way of doing things? What is it that contributes to how we do the things that we do, right? Again, to any of the questions that I asked you and any other question that you ever have, Google has the answers, right? So there are multiple theories as to why we all differ, right? There could be personality changes, interests, your background, your genetics, your family, your friends, your culture, the place that you're in. There are so many things that contribute to who you are. Based on this, there was one man named John Holland who had actually come up with a theory called the career interest theory. Okay, so he gave us 6 divisions. Again, we need the sheet for this. 6 divisions as to how you can choose a career that is well suited to your personality, right? That is well suited to what you like doing. And as you can see, there's the realistic ones, that those are the doers. So these are people who enjoy physical activity, right? People who enjoy doing things, creating things. And then we have the thinkers who like to analyze, evaluate, right? Ask questions. The artistic ones who are the creators, design, art, drawing, music. And then the social ones, that is where your interpersonal skills are very high, which means you like to communicate with other people. And that's how you, that's where you thrive when you're talking to someone. Which is why I'm assuming all of you are constantly talking. So I'm guessing a lot of you are from the social category, right? And then we have the organizers. So these are people who enjoy doing tiny things like Excel sheets or working with data, numbers, right? And last is the enterprising, which connects to what Pawan spoke about earlier. Those are people who like to persuade and then get things done. So sometimes they may like to interact to do it, sometimes they may not. Okay? So each of these categories again has subcategories, and it's just a way to kind of make it easier for us to understand ourselves. Any psychometric test, children, can never give you a full-fledged answer. Okay, so I would definitely urge you to do psychometric tests, try out the Myers-Briggs test, try out this John Holland's test, try out Howard Gardner's intelligence test. Check where your intelligences are. Check what your strengths are. Because sometimes it's not very easy to understand your own self. You don't know what questions to ask, right? So these tests kind of give you a little bit of clarity in terms of what you actually like. Not in the sense that they tell you who you are, but they give you the chance to actually ask yourself the question as to what is it that you actually have an affinity towards, even if you haven't been exposed to it or you've been exposed to it in a small amount. Can everyone see this? Okay. Has everyone seen this? Is there anyone who needs a second? No? All right. So what did you see? What did you see in the previous picture? Okay, and what was happening there? Okay, okay, okay. And what did you interpret from that? What did you think about it? Exactly. You cannot test everybody the same way, right? And what does it make you wonder? Anything? Does anyone else have any other wonders? Why? Why they were doing that? Okay. Yeah, exactly. So coming to the point, every person has a different potential. So you cannot compare yourselves to each other in order to understand who you are. You have to explore. You have to expose yourself. Like Tarun was saying earlier today, his mom had put him in multiple classes, and that's what made him actually realize what he likes, right? So take any opportunity. This is again something that a lot of speakers have been saying. Take opportunities. And to be very honest, all of you are blessed to be in a school like Premia Academy where you have a principal, you have a headmistress, and you have a core team, the MD, all of them who are extremely driven to actually give you guys opportunities. They really, really put in a lot of effort, more than any school, and I work with multiple schools, more than any school who actually, tries to expose their children to different fields and sectors. So use the opportunity, okay, to your advantage, and please, please, please research things. You have the internet, right? Einstein said that everyone's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its inability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Please excuse my French. Right? So please, again, don't judge yourself based on the standards that someone else sets for you. And this is the first step to taking any decision, children. You have to understand your own self. Of course, you respect the people around you and what you are being told. Take the input, but don't make it the be all end all of things, because nobody, and I repeat this, no one knows you better than you. Okay? Okay, I'm just going to show you a quick video. Sound. Come, no? Sorry, 1 second. Can you distribute those, please? Tanjot, ma'am? Yeah, just have these distributed. Quick, 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 quick. Careful, careful. Okay, so while they're distributing, you can go ahead and watch the video. Bazinga! 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 All right, children, we'll go ahead with the video. Still no sound. Wait. Go back, not forward, yeah. Children, you can start drawing your flag if you have a pen or a pencil. Please go ahead and start drawing. Those of you who are okay to do it. I don't think everyone has gotten their sheets yet. All right, can I have all eyes on the screen, please? All eyes on the screen. Thank you, Ashish Kumar. Anyway, so yeah, this video is a real eye-opener, and I want to tell you that this video is actually made in 2011. That is 10 whole years ago. So you can imagine how much the world has actually progressed in those 10 years and how much these stats have actually also altered, right? So coming to the options that you have, if you notice, there was one fact that said that by the time you have completed your first year of undergraduate, by the time you have reached your third year, your first year will be outdated, right? So you are living in a time that is so fast. I'm going to be very honest with you, no teacher is actually equipped to deal with it, because none of us have actually experienced that. We didn't live in a time where information was coming at us from everywhere. So you are the first generation to actually have the access to this much information in such a short span of time. And the consequences of this are immense, and we'll come to that in a bit. Before I get to that, I just want to take you quickly through what your options are after 10th. Okay, so apart from your regular 11th and 12th, that is your intermediate, right? You can also do short-term courses that are 6 months to 1 year, and these are your options. The handouts that you have been given, children, has all this information. So you can go through it later. I just wanted to brief you on it so it becomes easier for you to decode when you do go through it on your own. Okay, and then you have paramedical, which is 3 years, and then you can become a paramedic, which is someone who works in emergency care, right? And then 2 years of external courses, and polytechnic is again 3 years. There are a bunch of courses that you can do, right, based in tech. And then you also have some entrance examinations that you can take, which will again lead you to take either of these other streams. After 12th, again, over here, what we've made, thanks to our designer, Miss Ria, who's not here right now, but she had actually compiled this and made this for you so that all of you are able to have a holistic, at least idea. It does not have all the possible careers in the world, but it gives you an idea of what sectors you have as options, right? So you have arts, humanities, social sciences, defense, paramedic sciences, engineering and technology, architecture, business management, sciences, law, arts, hospitality, medicine, performing arts, rehabilitation sciences, mass communication, computer applications, and agriculture and applied sciences, right? So you have all these options. I would suggest that you go through these, go through this map a little later on, just so that you're aware of what sectors that, and it's also never limited to one sector. Like Pawan was saying, again, it's like how you make it, how enterprising you are. You know, like you could be a doctor, but also businessman. Okay. Again, this, the back of your sheet has got an A to Z careers list. Okay, so this is A to Z careers, again, for you to refer to and understand. I know this is really small, I can see you squinting, but you guys have the hard copy for that reason. So please go through it later on, and it will give you an array of options, or at least ideas of options that you didn't even know you had. And now, coming to the point, how do you actually decide? Because, like I said, you're the first generation who has all this information coming at you, but what do you actually do with it, right? I give you a couple of seconds to read this. I don't know how many of you read Calvin and Hobbes, but it's brilliant. Like, you should totally, if you all are readers, it's a brilliant comic to read. Are we done? Anyone left? Done? All right. So at the end of it, obviously, Calvin's giving up. But the reason this happens, has this happened to any of you? Where you have to take a decision and then you get so bogged down by it that at one point you're just like, yeah? Can I have a show of hands? Yeah, me too. It took me, I couldn't understand how to begin this presentation, okay? So I sat on it from 2 a.m. last night all the way up until morning trying to figure out the sequence for you because I could not decide what would be the right thing to actually, show you. And that's the reason the printouts also came late. So that's called decision fatigue. Has anyone heard of this? Anyone else? Decision fatigue? Yeah. So for those of you who have not heard of it, decision fatigue is basically where you are so drained by the idea of taking a decision that you no longer want to take it. And I want to tell you that not making a decision, not choosing, is in itself a choice. And that choice, because it's not your own and you're just going with the flow, at some point, it's like, imagine like just being taken away by a river. Or like when someone's tickling you so much that you really want to stop being tickled, but they just keep tickling you and you just like have no control. Right? It's a horrible feeling, right? So that's what happens when we don't decide, when we don't take control of what we are doing. Now, when it comes to control, there's a fine line because what happens is we try to control things that are not in our control. Like, for example, in the session yesterday, someone asked, how do we deal with parents? You know, my parents are pressurizing me. How do we deal with that? That's not something you can control. You cannot control anything that is actually outside of you. Which is why it is so very important to actually consistently look inside of you. Right? So, how do you deal with this decision fatigue? I present to you the worry tree. Very simple, very basic. Okay? You notice the worry. Ask yourself what you're worrying about. Can you do something about it? This is the important part, okay? So, can you do something about it? No. Let the worry go. All right? If you can do something about it, make an action plan. What? How? When? And do you do it now or do you do it later? Right? And then you have to go on to plan accordingly. But inevitably, if you notice, any direction that you take ends with change, focus of attention. And that is because when you constantly keep thinking about the decision, that's what causes you to get fatigued. Right? So I want all of you to actually, anything that I'm talking about today, please go back home and do a little bit of research because these are all tools for you to actually succeed. Okay? I see a little bit of disturbance in the back. Is there a problem? Are we fine? The fourth row from the back? Yeah? Okay. So, yeah, the worry tree. Now that we've spoken about decision fatigue, I'm going to talk to you about something called the DASI format. Bazinga! 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 This crowd is a little dull. Can we try again? Bazinga! Great. So the decision starts with you, which puts you in the... That's exactly what... You are in the driver's seat. That means you are the key. You are the person who has to live your life, regardless of your parents, friends, teachers, culture. At the end of the day, you are the one who has to deal with the consequences of your decisions. No one else. First and foremost, it will always be you. Right? So, D in the DASI format is the driver. That is the person who is executing the decision is likely to be the most capable of deciding what to do, which direction to go in. If you're driving a car, will the passenger be responsible for where the car is headed? Yes or no? Yeah? I heard a few yeses. Please, all of you go for your driving tests. Huh? When you are ready. Okay? And then Santosh, there's some, yeah. Okay. The next person who is important in this whole flow of taking a decision is the approver. So who is the approver in your situation? Can you tell me who's the approver in a student situation? Louder. Parents, teachers, yes. But I think mostly when it comes to a career choice or a study choice, it's your parents that approve the decision, right? Yeah, parents and grandparents mostly. So the second is the approver. The third is the contributor. Who are the contributors in your situation? Okay, parents, anyone else? I got an answer from here, but I couldn't hear it. I need you to speak up, guys. Who's the contributor in your situation? Friends, okay. Teachers, ourselves. Don't you think you're like, if you want to become an astronaut, can you talk to your teacher about it? Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. But if you want to become an astronaut, who's the ideal person to talk to? Mentor, right. Mentor or a field expert, right? So that's the reason we have events like this, where you are exposed to a panel of experts so that you can actually understand from their perspective, right? Children, I think I'm losing you a little bit. Can I have everyone look at me? Are we all awake or are we sleeping? I know it's the end of the day. It's been a long 2 days. Believe me, of all people, I know. But this is also really important for you, right? So we're almost coming to the end. I urge you to pay attention. So the contributor is anybody who can actually really help you on your journey. And would you ask directions from someone who doesn't know where you're going? Yes? No? So the same thing has to be followed even in this situation. You ask experts, okay? And do your research. In your situation, who needs to be informed of the decisions that you are making? Only parents? Friends? Again, they're the same age, so they may not be as responsible, right? I would say family, parents, your teachers, right? Children, as a school, as a representative of the school, I would like to tell you that we are always here for you. Okay? Everyone on the team, from the principal to the MD, all of us are here for you in order to help you on your journey. So at any point, you have to understand that we are open to listening to what you have to say. You just have to find the right way to say it. Right? And that goes for any school. Your management, your teachers are always available to you for you to open up, right? And seek guidance. All right, this one's interesting. So when you have to take a decision, right? there is this one methodology of doing it, and it's called the whole body yes. Okay? So what is this whole body yes? It is basically when you listen to your entire body in order to make a decision. Okay? I'm going to ask all of you to close your eyes for a second. Everyone close your eyes. Everybody close your eyes. I still see a lot of eyes open. Can everyone close their eyes? Children, eyes closed. Eyes closed. Okay? Now imagine the best place you've ever been to, the happiest you've ever felt. I don't need you to say it, I just need you to think it. Okay? And try to remember how you felt when you were in that happy place. What were the sensations that you felt in your body when you were happy? Okay, just let that sink in. All right. Now, I'm going to ask you to think of a situation that was absolutely horrid, where you were so very uncomfortable that you do not want that situation to happen ever again. And what were the sensations that you felt in your body at that time? Okay, and now for the last one, I want you to think of a time where you were just a little uncomfortable and you did something because your parents or your teachers or somebody that you were obligated to encouraged you to do it. And what sensations were going through your body at that time? Okay, you can all open your eyes now. Those of you who had it open are losing out on the activity. But understanding these three situations, the first one was a yes. That was a yes situation. Okay? The second situation was a big no. And the third situation was a little no. Right? So there are a lot of times where we give in to the little no, saying that it's fine, I'll do it because my parents are saying it, I'll do it because this person is saying it, because my friends are saying it, peer pressure. Right? So use this as a meter to understand whether or not a decision is right for you. When it's a yes, that is the time that the decision is actually going to work for you in the long run. If not, it is likely to backfire at some point. Okay? So all the big no's and the little no's are likely to backfire. Even if you have at that moment pleased somebody in the little, when you're fulfilling a little no, you may have pleased somebody around you. But later on, you're going to feel uncomfortable about it. And that's not worth putting yourself through. You're better off communicating that you are not comfortable doing something, and that's definitely going to take you a longer way. Even though the firefighting will happen then. Right? So, when you're trying to implement the whole body yes, children, I urge you to do this in the smallest of small situations. Like, for example, choosing the ice cream. What is that flavor actually going to feel like in your mouth? Is it going to feel like a yes? Or is it going to feel like a little no? You're going to have to figure that out. But I'm saying start with the smallest decisions, practice it, and that's when you'll actually be able to handle the big ones. Okay? Coming towards the end, I just want to tell you about one more tactic that you can use in order to make a decision, and those are mental models. Has anyone heard of mental models? No one has heard of mental models. Okay. So a mental model is basically a way in which you perceive something, right? Any particular situation or any particular decision or environment, your perception of it and how you deal with that can all be put in the frame of a mental model. And one such mental model, the simplest one, is to actually break down a problem. And this is a 21st century skill because coding teaches us that. Coding teaches us how to break down problems. Okay, so you take the challenge, you break it up into the basics, and that's how you come up with a new idea. All right? And the last thing I would say, children, is that you will always have constraints. You will always have limitations. You will always have barriers and obstacles. But you have to learn to push them. You don't have to absolutely destroy them, but learn to push, learn to test. See how far you can actually go. Right? One quick video to end with.
And we need help. Now, will somebody please do something? You gotta be kidding me.
So get off the escalator, guys. The choice. Bazinga. Bazinga. Louder. Bazinga. Exactly. So remember that a decision always starts with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Ananya. That was an amazing session. Could we have another round of applause, please? All right. We would like to take a moment. Could I please have silence? Thank you. We would like to take a moment to thank our platinum sponsors, heroes behind the scenes without whom the event would not be possible. I would like to thank Interbiz, SKCL, and InfoSun. Thank you so much for your support. Now, students, the sponsors are watching online. So on the count of 3, could we extend a big thank you to them? 1, 2, 3. Thank you all. We would also like to call Mr. Subramaniam to present the memento.
we would now like to invite Ms. Aarti Mandania, co-founder the Premia Academy, to deliver the vote of thanks, followed by the Udaan finale performance.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? What an educating and action-packed 2 days have we had. Mr. Ratan Tata said, and I quote, "None can destroy iron, but its own rust can. Likewise, none can destroy, I'll repeat. None can destroy iron, but its own rust can. Likewise, none can destroy a person, his or her own mindset can." At Premia, we strongly believe all you need is the right mindset and zeal to fly high. The rest will fall in place. We take pride in giving our students a platform to realize their dreams and harness their potential. We want to instill in them the confidence to take the path less traveled and explore the opportunities that lie ahead. Udaan, the Student Empowerment Summit, has been one such attempt of our endeavor to give the students a peek into the changing and existing world around us. This summit is actually all about you. To be frank, I actually have a 3-page speech ready with me, front and back. But since this is not important, at Premia, for us, you are important. What you need, what do we need to do for you is more important. So let's hear from you. To give you an example, we would like to understand what was your takeaway from last 2 days. We will go in a little organized manner here. You can raise your hand if you want to speak. Please don't wait too long because we have very limited time to share your thoughts, all right? So to give you an example, for me, the highlight was the panel discussion on Prodigy. I loved it. I was thrilled to hear each speaker from different verticals speaking and sharing their experiences, right? I would like to hear from you guys. What do you think was the highlight for you? What was the takeaway? Please raise your hand. Ms. Nandika or Ms. Umayya will come to you. Umayya, we have somebody here.
We have.
Anyone? Yeah. Please introduce yourself and share your.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Bhargav. And
Hi, Bhargav.
And at the end of this summit, what I feel, and as what I hope my fellow peers will feel, is that we will all walk away with confidence and assurance that we will excel in our futures based on what we took away from this entire summit. And for me, my favorite program or event was the entrepreneurship, the do's and don'ts, hosted by Metamorphosis CEO and founder, Mr. Pawan. And yeah.
Who's next? We have somebody over there. Did you just raise your hand or was it just yawning? Oh.
We have one here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I like Mala ma'am's presentation. It was good.
Mala ma'am's, yes.
Yeah.
Definitely. It was very, very insightful and engaging.
I learned that being an engager also, means teenager also, we can work.
Yes, absolutely. Anybody from Silver Oaks?
Anyone else?
Nandika at the back.
Oh, sorry. Please keep your hand raised. So, are you going? Yeah. Okay, go.
Hi, I'm Prerna from Avinash College. And like it's my second day. And the insight that I would like to take out is that there's no age bar for doing anything. At any
Absolutely.
age, you can start any new career that suits you and you're passionate about. Thank you.
I'm I'm Srikruti from grade 7 in Premia. After these 2 days of the summit, I'm actually a bit nervous about my career. It's I've already chosen it from a long time ago, and now after listening to this, I have a question in myself: is that the right career for me? Uh, so I'm still going to choose. I still have lots of options, as I've seen in this chart.
Right.
Uh, Also, the favorite part of mine in the summit 2 days, the first day I liked the parenting, and the second day I liked Mala ma'am's presentation. It was really funny and hilarious.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
I'm Nikita from the Premia Academy, studying in 7th grade. In this 2 days of summit, the one that I liked the most was yesterday and today. Yesterday, Sharmila ma'am's presentation, and today, Ananya ma'am's presentation. And I also am figured out about my career now. I have options, but I'm definitely figured out about what I do.
Looks like the summit has given you a lot many more options, and that's why now you need to figure out. You need to deep dive and find the right answers for you. Go ahead.
These 2 days of the summit was very interesting. I have got to learn about things like what is my career path and which college I want to go to and my finances. I've learned a lot of things, and for me, the most exciting was day one about technologies. And I recently got in touch with Mr. Pallu Redana,
Okay.
and he is very interested, and I am going to write to him about his university as well.
Wonderful. Here we have somebody waiting next to Anvika. Please
I'm
go ahead.
Rohit from Silver Oaks. So we were here for only this day. We weren't there yesterday. So all the master classes were really good, but the one which I liked the most was the first panel discussion, where 9 people were there, and it was
Prodigy.
really, yeah, it was really nice knowing all the different perspectives of how each one of them changed like, their journeys, and yeah, it was very interesting knowing each story.
Absolutely.
Good evening.
Hello? Okay. My favorite thing in this summit which happened was yesterday's stand-up comedian.
Good evening. I'm Advika. I'm Advika from Silver Oaks. So my major takeaway was from the panel discussion of passion, purpose, and prodigy. I understood that passion is what drives you, and all the speakers, they reached their point. That's because of their passion, and they really understood the purpose of their passion. So I think that taught me enough for today. And I believe that every student needs to listen to such discussions that can really help them in their life. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Akshara. I'm from grade 7. From these 2 days, my favorite day was both of the days, but I really liked Sharmila ma'am and Ashley ma'am's presentation. And this made me very right on my career path and how to get my career and having a better understanding on it.
My name is Anirudh. I'm from the Premia Academy. These 2 days were very interesting and very knowledgeable, and I'm very happy to come here to know and know the information about this.
Thank you so much. I know you all want to share, and we will have a videographer outside where he will be able to take your bites, where you can share your thoughts, and we'll definitely. Okay, we'll go for one last.
I'm Srinidhi from Silver Oaks. So I loved the masterclass, Art of Early Investing. It just made me believe how important financial education is for us teenagers. So yeah, that's it. I really loved it.
Hello everyone, I'm Miracle from grade 8. So actually I didn't know we had this summit. I just got to know the evening when I just called my friend what happened in the school. I was absent the early day. So I was thinking like, is it worth it to go? I'll just sit at home and chill. There's just gonna be just an MPH. We're gonna sit and do everything. But I didn't want it to come. But after coming, I just changed my mind. It was very worth it, and I learned a lot about things. And I was like, just like I just do whatever I want. But now I had an decision what I should career I should do, and this is the best school I have ever been, which is giving us information about everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This all means a lot to us. In a nutshell, people who have made a mark in their lives have given one mantra to all of us: find your inner strength, passion, and make a career out of it. I, on behalf of the Premia Academy, extend my most sincere thanks to Almighty God for making this event a resounding success. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to eminent speakers, delegates, panelists for their valuable time. I thank each one of you for participating and absorbing every word shared here. I am short of words as I appreciate the endless efforts by Ms. Sinduri and her team to make Udaan a grand success. I would also like to thank iVentures, ISB, and Team Metamorphosis for joining hands to bring the summit to you. Over to you, Nandika. Thank you.
Sorry, a bit of technical difficulty as you see. Too many notes. Um, let's end on a high note, literally with the finale performance by the students of the Premia Academy. Right?
Are you ready?
Check.
Rise up, don't falling down again. Rise up, long time I broke the chains. I tried to fly a while so high, direction sky. A dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. A dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. I tried to fly a while so high, direction sky. I tried to fly a while so high, direction sky. A dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. A dream is to fly over the rainbow. My dream is to fly over the rainbow so high. My dream is to fly over the rainbow so high.
कुछ पाने की हो आस आस, कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं। हर कोशिश में हो बार बार, करे दरियाओं को आर पार आशाएं। तूफानों को चीर के मंजिलों को छीन ले, आशाएं ले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। आशाएं ले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी।
Mrs. Sinduri, ma'am, on her wedding anniversary today. Everybody, huge round of applause. And so, for the same, I would like everybody to stand in your places. Stand in your places along with you guys, ma'am. Please, please join me. We're gonna have a good session of dancing. Yes? Are you guys ready? Everybody here. Let's do this.
That was amazing. Happy anniversary, Sindhu ma'am. Mr. Daniel, we would like to honor you. Please stay back. I would like to invite Ms. Sinduri Reddy to present the memento.
This shit that ice cold Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Stylin', wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh! Stop. Wait a minute. Fill my cup, put some nigga in it. Take a sip.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Now we have an electronic fusion set by K&K Duet. Give them a round of applause, please. Kirtana and Keith are here to make you move and groove some more with their eclectic melodies.
Check. 1, 2, check. Check.
సంతోష్
Check. 1, 2. కొంచెం ఎక్కువ చేస్తారా? కొంచెం ఎక్కువ. Check 1. నా కొంచెం నా నా రీవర్బ్ నా చాలా డ్రై ఉంది. ఆ ఆ ఆ నా చాలా డ్రై ఉంది. ఏం ఛానల్లో పెట్టినారు? ఆ ఆ నా 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 చాలా డ్రై ఉంది. కానీ చాలా డ్రై ఉంది. నా 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 నా
2. Verse 2, 3, 4. 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 Verse 2, 3, 4.
Check, check. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Can we all get a hey? Are we all having fun? Are we all having fun? All right. I'm sorry for the wait, everybody. I know it has been a long day for everyone. And now we're just going to have fun. What are we going to have? All right. Let's go. All right, meanwhile, I'm going to introduce myself, guys. I'm Kirtana. And this is the band. We have Sanju on percussions. We have Keith on lead guitar. Can we have a huge round of applause? Right. I know it's been a long day, but we're going to energize ourselves for a little bit more before we go home. So for now, sorry, a bit of a technical issue, guys. All right. Sorry about the wait. We're having a bit of confusion here with the setup. All right, can everybody do me a favor and put your hands up in the air, just like this? Can I hear your claps louder? Everybody in this corner also. It's a human sign when things go wrong. Keep it going. When the scent lingers, baby, and temptation strong. Cold, cold heart, hard done by you. Just something's looking better, baby, just passing through. Hey! And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdowns bring me round. Gets too fine. I'm not the man that they think I am. Oh, no, no, no. And this is what I should have said. Well, I thought it, but I kept it here. Hands in the air, cold, cold heart, hard done by you. Something's making linger, baby, and I thought it through. Woo! Cold, cold heart. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me down and gets too fine. I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh, no, no, no. This is what I should have said. Hey! And I thought it, but I kept it here. Take it away now, shall we? Put your hands in the air for Sanju on percussion. Woo, woo, woo. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round, gets too fine. I'm not the man that you think I am. Oh, no, no, no. All right. Round of applause for Sanju and Keith on guitar. I'm so sorry for the little bit of a miscommunication in the beginning. It got me a little flustered, but are we ready to party now? All right, so we're not going to sit anymore, guys. This is not a sitting kind of a performance. So can we all stand up? And if every one of you wants to come ahead, please feel free to. Okay? Please feel free to come forward and join in with us, because we're not the only ones performing tonight, should I say, or this evening. Everyone, come on. All right, y'all want to just sit there in the back? That's absolutely fine. All right, who wants to hear the dhol? Are we ready to bhangra with the dhol? Can we hear a chakde patte? Okay, I didn't hear that, but can we hear a hey? All right, guys. All right. We all know this one, and if you do know it, please sing along. Okay? You'll hear it. Can we have our hands up in the air? Everybody, hands in the air. Itna maza. कितना नशा क्यों हो रहा है, आंखों में मीठा तूने खिलाया, होते गुलाबी हो गई, नवाबी हो गई तो वो सीधी सादी छोरी शराबी हो गई, जीन्स पहन के तो लट्टू कलम पिचकारी जो तूने मुझे मारी, तो सीधी सादी छोरी तो तूने मारा ठुमका तो लट्टू पड़ोसन की भाभी हो गई। ओए! All right, can I have everybody do one thing? Can we do this? आंखों में आई है